Thank you. Good evening, members of the public, staff, and my fellow commissioners, and welcome to this June 30th, 2021 meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission. Mr. Nguyen, will you roll the tape?
For written communications, please send an email to planning.commission@cityofpaloalto.org. Spoken comments using a computer will be accepted through the Zoom teleconference meeting. To address the commission, go to zoom.us/join. Meeting ID is 916-4155-9499. You will be asked to enter an email address and name. We request that you identify yourself by name, as this will be visible online and will be used to notify you that it is your turn to speak. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, click on Raise Hand. The moderator will activate and unmute your speakers in turn. When called, please limit your remarks to the time limit allotted. A timer will be shown on the computer to help keep track of your time. Spoken public comments using a smartphone will be accepted through the Zoom teleconference meeting. To address the commission, download the Zoom application onto your phone from the Apple App Store or Google Play Store and enter the meeting ID 4155-9499. Please follow steps A through D. Spoken public comments using a regular phone, call 1-669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID 916-4155-9499. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, hit *9 on your phone so we know that you wish to speak. You will be asked to provide your first and last name before addressing the board. You will be advised how long you have to speak. When called, please limit your remarks to the agenda item and the time limit allotted.
Mr. Nguyen, please conduct the roll call.
Okay. Commissioner Otchek is absent. Commissioner Chang,
Present.
Chair Heckman,
Present.
Commissioner Lowing,
Present.
Vice Chair Rupavar is absent. Commissioner Suma,
Present.
Commissioner Templeton.
Present.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now moving on to oral communications. This section is for the public to speak on items not on tonight's agenda. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there is a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you're dialing in from a phone, press *9. Do we have any public speakers for oral communication tonight?
Yes, we do have one hand. And we're going to get the speaker timer up. Okay, so our first and only speaker is Winter. Winter, you're there?
Yes, I am here. So I didn't have any time to even think about my remarks tonight. So this is really off the cuff. So here's the thing. I did see some of the last meeting on affordable BMR ADUs, and I have several concerns, and I hope they're pertinent to the discussion tonight. I did not have a chance to read the staff report. Here are my concerns. Setbacks. That there's even any contemplation of reducing the now thin setbacks of 4 feet on ADUs is really shocking, both from a safety point of view. I wonder what happens, how if a fire breaks out, fire department, how are they going to get access if you further reduce these setbacks? Getting behind or possibly not being able to get behind a unit to the side, to the back. I'm not even sure it comports with I wonder what the fire department would say about this and if they've been consulted. That's one thing to keep in mind. Two, as we actually being contemplated a fourth possible structure on a lot. You know, we have 5,000-foot lots, or we have, I think we even have lots that are smaller than that.
Winter, Mr. Newman, stop the clock for just a minute. Winter, the ADU item is on tonight's agenda, and we will be actually inviting public comment. I've listened for a while. It seems like you're wanting to talk about our agenda item tonight. Would you be all right to suspend your remarks and then come back during public comment, and you'll have a full 3 minutes, and you can organize, you'll have a little more time to organize your thoughts. Would that be all right?
Yes, I thought that you had announced, I came in late. Wow, so I already got some off the top of my head. So I apologize for that. I know better than that.
No problem whatsoever. But stay tuned, and when we call for public comment on that item, again, we'll give you a full 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And with that concludes oral communications.
All right, we will move now on to city official reports. Ms. Tanner.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. Good to see you all again today. Just a few announcements. The council has begun its summer recess, and they had their last meeting on last Tuesday. Last week, also as part of their business, they did pass the budget for the fiscal year that starts on July 1st, and that did pass. They did make a lot of restorations specifically for planning and development services. We were able to retain a current planner position as well as a principal planner in our long range planning division. So that's good news for us. And we also were able to add an additional inspector to our building inspection services. That said, we still did see the cuts that we made in the previous fiscal year, which were positions that were vacant, that were frozen. We did see those eliminated from the budget. So we are reducing overall the number of spaces we have. Fortunately, we did not have to have any layoffs. And I think that's true for most city departments, that most layoffs were avoided. I can't vouch for that because I have to say I was a little bit myopically focused on our department, but I know it was generally pretty good news. Continuing to stay tuned though, as discussions about the city's fiscal state in connection to the recovery, are folks out shopping again? How do our sales tax revenues fare once more offices are open? When Stanford returns to in-person classes, which again is planned for the fall, full in-person education for undergrads and graduate students on campus, what will we see? So stay tuned, and we'll surely be getting more updates for that as the year continues. Council did also consider what to do regarding our closed street program, the Uplift Local Streets downtown and on Cal Ave. And those street closures have been extended until September 30th. And for both downtown and University Avenue. So the summertime and even the early fall, folks can continue to enjoy outdoor dining, shopping, walking, people watching, ice cream, hopefully also visiting some of our retailers there as well through the fall. And staff will be working, council did give us a referral for PDS, but also Public Works to work with the ARB on coming up with standards for a permanent parklet program. And so we'll keep you all updated as well as that program goes, to make sure that if the council does approve a permanent parklet program in the future, that we can have the good aesthetic design quality that we expect to see in our public realm carried over into the future for that. So happy to answer any questions on that topic if there are any. And regarding our kind of in-person meetings, on August 9th, council is going to have its first hybrid meeting. That is the goal, to have in-person meeting for city council, but also be able to have the public call into that meeting and participate virtually. So I am eagerly waiting to see what that looks like and how that goes. And our plan tentatively would be for the PTC, ARB, and the HRB to start in-person hybrid meetings in September. So we would look for our September 14th meeting to be our first in-person hybrid meeting as a board. That gives us time to see how things go at city council, and then also to learn the ropes from the clerk's office regarding kind of how to manage both the online and in-person technology, and just literally how does that work? And so to the chair and also vice chair, we may do a training if needed, or a dry run or something, just to make sure we kind of know everything and how we'll be working. So good news for sure. And also just generally August 2nd is kind of our reactivation date for city facilities. And we're getting our staff ready to return to work in the office as well and reactivate the development center and city hall. We have some modifications in place that we think will be enhancements for our customers, in particular going to an appointment-based system for our development center. So folks can go online, book an appointment in person or virtually if they want to. They don't have to do that. They can continue to use our online permitting system if they don't want to meet with anybody. But we hope it will give predictability that, when you come in, you'll be seen, you'll get your business done, you won't have to wait in line, and then also reduce any risk that folks might feel from kind of bunching up in a lobby together, any perceived risk of transmission of the virus. So we hope it's a service enhancement with an added feature of virus reduction kind of built into it. And that overall it helps everyone run very smoothly and get folks the work done that they need to get done. So that's my update for today, but happy to answer any questions on these topics or other questions that you may have about things going on in the city.
Commissioner Chang, and then Commissioner Lowry.
Just a quick question about the dates that you mentioned. I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. So you referred to September 14th as our first meeting, but when I'm looking at our meeting schedule, I see September 8th. So did you mean to say September 8th?
I thought our meetings were on the second and last Tuesday of the month. Am I looking at the wrong month, maybe?
I think it might
I'm looking
be
at
the second one.
You're right. I'm sorry. I was looking at Wednesday or Tuesday, not Wednesday. You're right. It's the 8th, September 8th. Thank you for that correction.
Okay. Thank you.
Lowry?
That was one of my comments. The other one was, I presume that the retail czar, as I call it, this person and or consultant who comes aboard is going to come aboard in planning. And is that an active project, not only in the budget, but are we looking for the consultant now to do that?
Yes. So that project is under, if you end up digging for it, Community Economic Recovery. That is right now being led out of the Administrative Services Department, which is where our budget folks are seated. You can imagine they definitely are looking at our pennies, and also in collaboration with the city manager's office. So there was a study or a session with council probably a couple weeks ago that helped to refine the scope that they're developing. So we have a team, Good City Company, that's helping us develop an RFP. And that RFP hopefully will be released later this fall, possibly in September. And that would then provide, if that's the direction the council does decide to go, to do a consultant for economic development services through an RFP, then that RFP and the proposers and selected consultant or team would be the folks who'd be in place. In parallel to that, we're continuing to work on the project that I came forward with you all, which is evaluating how to have diverse retail options and retail-like uses. And so I've gotten some responses from our on-call team, and I'm hoping that we can even bring that to you in August. Those two efforts will align, though, both in terms of our work informing the scope of the RFP, as well as assuring that when that other team is on board, the work that we do can really marry with the work that they do. So we will be working in concert and not in conflict with that team once they're in place. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Right. Anything further for the city reports? Nope. Okay. Then I did skip over agenda changes, additions, and deletions because we've got a single agenda item tonight, but I should have checked in with the commissioners to make sure you concur that I don't need to bring that up. All right, great. Then we can move on to our action items. And we start and finish our action items tonight with agenda item number 2. It's a public hearing legislative review and discuss potential ordinance changes to Palo Alto Municipal Code, Chapter 18.09, to consider regulations to encourage affordability for accessory dwelling units or ADUs.
Great. So we're going to do a brief staff report just to refresh folks' memory from a few weeks ago, what we talked about. And we do have Georgina, who is with us from Alta Housing, who will share a few remarks. Before I turn it over to Mr. Sauls to remind us, and just a quick overview, Garrett, of the different topics we discussed and that we have remaining to discuss, just want to put in the commissioners' minds that these ideas are not the end all be all. So if there are additional ideas that you have, certainly we're open to having further suggestions. And then two, one of the ideas that we want to emphasize is that these proposals are meant to be layered. It was challenging to think of any one kind of golden goose, if you will, that would be so incentivizing to have someone build an affordable ADU. But you can imagine that some of these could be combined, and by combining them, they might be an incentive package that could be attractive to those folks who are wanting to do some good while redeveloping their property through an affordable ADU. So I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Saul to take it away.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen real quick. Okay. Can you see this?
Yes.
All right. So once again, to cover the broader topic of tonight, we are going to be talking about ADUs, and primarily we're going to be talking about how the city is trying to establish a program or consider establishing a program to incentivize restricting these units to be affordable or target affordable categories for our city's housing inventory. So this was something that was brought up at the PTC last year in May, when we had gone through the ordinance update to address items related to the state code for our own ordinance update. And we had previously discussed this about a month ago on May 25th or 26th to consider the first half of these items that we had discussed at that time. So I'll go over those items and then also continue on to discuss the items that we haven't gotten to just yet. So in terms of a timeline, what we may be able to consider is that with our discussion tonight, what staff would be proposing afterwards would be to return to the PTC sometime in late summer or early fall to potentially pass an ordinance or get direction on an ordinance that would capture the discussion we had related to the items highlighted in the Palo Alto's ADU task force group, who had provided additional items they had wanted council and PTC to consider, as well as the items that had been discussed last meeting about a month ago. We would be looking to return back in fall of later on this year, or summer to fall of later this year, with a draft ordinance that PTC can review and hash out. And then following that would return to council potentially this fall or late or early winter, ideally before the end of the year. So the items again to go over, which we are going to be discussing, capture what is included in the staff report about potentially allowing for a reconstruction or expansion of non-conforming walls, removing the requirement to have an existing garage in terms of capturing the ability to replace parking spaces or required parking spaces on site, providing potential for an additional ADU on site, exempting basements from the maximum size or floor area requirements in our code, increasing the potential size for a maximum ADU or JDU, potentially providing reduced setbacks, allowing for a full exemption of development impact fees where they apply for units larger than 750 square feet, and potentially allowing for an expedited review of any affordable unit. Other policy considerations highlighted in the staff report talk about what are the duration parameters we want to think about for these affordable units. Staff has suggested something about like to the tune of 15 years, which is different than typical affordability ranges, which usually go between 50 to 99 years. But with the fact that these are occurring on a single family home with a homeowner rather than a larger organization that might have a deeper pocket, so to speak, staff is trying to balance what could be the potential for creating an affordable unit and adding to that housing stock, while recognizing that homeowners don't have the same capabilities as potential, market rate developers. Others would be determining what are the income categories that these units are going to be trying to target. Staff has a table which identifies where our current target goals are at and how much our current units are addressing those categories that we need to meet for our arena numbers. Also discussing under C&D about the income verification process, how that goes about. And we have Georgina here who can talk from Alta Housing's perspective as to how that occurs, as well as what would be a potential either creation of a list or a longstanding list that our administrator at Alta Housing might be able to provide to homeowners as a pre-qualified tenant list, or allowing homeowners to do that self-selection of a potential tenant and have it vetted through our administrator, and understanding what those costs are to do something like that, potentially considering some state level funding that might be able to support that program, and also looking at potentially partnering with other organizations to help establish loan support for homeowners who might be interested in this. So what we'd be looking overall for the PTC to provide is just motions that would identify the incentives either to pursue or not to pursue. Again, staff has established this program, or the staff report organized in a manner to try to discuss how these would layer upon each other, these incentives, while maybe one individually is not the golden goose, as the Assistant Director Tanner had suggested, but on top of each other, they may provide a more complex web that might support this type of policy initiative. So the items that we had gotten through and discussed last time were about the duration of the affordability that we'd be looking to target for these units. We'd also discussed about income categories which would be served by these units. And the two items that we had discussed as of last meeting were about the potential for reconstructing or expanding non-conforming walls, as well as potentially removing the existing requirement, or quote unquote, the existing garage requirement for either a new home or and showing those spaces to be on site as either uncovered spaces past the front yard setback, which is the typical requirement, or even allowing them to be within the front yard setback along a driveway. So the other items that we still have to discuss would be potentially allowing for an additional affordable unit on site, exempting basement square footage from the maximum unit size or floor area, increasing the potential size for these units, allowing for potential reduced setbacks with greater constraints within those areas for 0 to 4 foot setbacks that would conform to a predetermined kind of height or daylight plane, and potentially exempting affordable units specifically from impact fees, as well as discussing potential for an expedited review of these affordable units. So what we can do during the discussion is I will have each of these slides available for BTC members to understand what our current policy is and what the policy proposal may be, so that way we can have that as a frame of reference with the discussion.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sauls. Let's see, so I'd like to now have the representative of Alta and help me with the pronunciation of your last name so I don't mispronounce it.
It's Mascarenas. The H is
Welcome.
just silent to confuse everybody.
All right, well, thank you and welcome.
Thank
So,
you.
and thank you for joining us tonight. So what I was hoping you could do is familiarize us with kind of an overview of what Alta Housing does, and then, how that might apply to some of these affordability incentives that we are looking at, and then perhaps field some questions from the commissioners, who I know were interested in having somebody from Alta here for this continuation of the item.
Sure. So Alta Housing is a local nonprofit based in Palo Alto. We've been working in Palo Alto since 1970, and we've been administering the City of Palo Alto's BMR program since its inception in 1974. And I'm not sure how familiar everybody is with the BMR program itself, but there are 237 purchase units in the City of Palo Alto and 264 rental BMR units. Our company also develops and manages all of our affordable housing in Palo Alto, and we are the largest owner and landlord of affordable housing within the city of Palo Alto. We are very familiar with qualifying residents. We do all of the income certifications and annual recertifications for all of the BMR rental units, as well as the sales and resales of the BMR purchase units. We monitor the waiting list for the ownership units, and that waiting list has been closed for approximately 10 years now, because we have so many applicants on that waiting list. The BMR rental waiting list, each developer has their own waiting list, and they select applicants off of their waiting list. However, those applicants must be qualified and approved through our office. So once they identify a person, they send them to our office, and we get all of the documentation necessary. For example, W-2 forms, tax returns, bank statements, questionnaires, applications, et cetera, to make sure that the person is eligible to move in to a particular BMR unit. And the various BMR rentals do have different income limits in some cases. For example, the maximum income for some units may be 60% AMI, in some cases it's 80% AMI, and in others it could be over 100%. I think 120 is our highest for the rental units. So again, we are very, very familiar with the BMR program, and I've been working with Garrett and Tim discussing the pros and cons of various aspects of the ADUs and qualifying applicants for these. And so if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
All right, my first question before I go to commissioners, Ms. Mascarenas, are you able to stay with us through our discussion tonight?
Yes.
Okay, great. So commissioners, I will invite questions of Ms. Mascarenas or Mr. Sauls at this time. But now that we know that they'll both be with us through the deliberation, if you have some questions that you want to hold for when we get to a particular issue, that's fine too. But I thought this would be a good opportunity to ask more general questions or any questions on your mind before we go to public comment. Commissioner Suma, followed by Commissioner Lowing. You're muted.
Out of practice. I did have a question about the income levels and whether they were the same for housing units produced through the In Lieu program as for a project that's a multifamily that's all affordable housing that's been mostly funded by the tax credits. So are there different income levels, and are there different deed restriction in terms of years associated with those two different situations?
So the income limits are different. The tax credits tend to have lower income limits in most cases. For the tax credit units, the maximum income is either 60% or 50%. Whereas for the BMR in lieu units, it could go up to, again, 80, 100, 120% of AMI. But they're generally within Palo Alto. I think there are very, very few units that are 50%, where 50% of AMI is the income limit.
Meaning mostly 50 and above, or up to 50?
I'm sorry, can you?
I'm sorry, maybe I didn't, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. So for the tax credit units, the income limits are lower.
Yes.
For the BMR units, they tend to be 50 and above.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the deed restriction in terms of years or decades, are they the same for both types of affordable housing or different generally?
They are different. For the 100% affordable, as far as I know, we don't have a deed restriction attached to those properties. So for the market rate developers, there is a deed restriction for the BMR units. Does that make
Okay.
Yeah.
So that would be for the in lieu.
Correct.
There is a
Correct.
and the idea is that a project like Wilton Court or another one of our multifamily housing facilities that's established with for all affordable housing, they don't have to have a deed restriction.
Correct. As far as I am aware, I haven't seen one.
Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying that.
Yeah.
Mr. Lowry?
So if I may just jump in, Chair, just to clarify that last issue, whether it's 100% affordable or part of a market rate developers, in lieu or inclusionary requirement, we are always going to require some sort of regulatory agreement, and that will limit the have a period of between 55 and 99 years of affordability. I don't think that there is a real difference between the type of development in terms of the length. I think it's just more recently the city has moved to 99 years where it can negotiate that, and historically it's been 55.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I was differentiating between a deed restriction and a regulatory agreement.
Thanks.
Commissioner Lowing, questions followed by Commissioner Chang.
Yes, I'll stay with the current witness and ask a couple more questions there. So, I mean, you do this every day, so you got all the skill sets. I presume that if it was whatever council decided was the actual affordability zone, that you can administer that independent of all the other stuff that you're doing. You would just pick those, 80 and below or 50 and below and administer it. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. And you've got some costs in here that you're suggesting, $700 for initial and $500 for annual recertification. So if the council said, yes, that's the cost, and you've got the bandwidth to do this stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So tell us what happens as things change. Somebody goes into that ADU and after a year they go up, let's say it's 80%, and they get a great promotion and they're at 110%. So at the next year, they don't qualify. Is there an eviction period of 30 days or how does that work?
So, sorry. And I can address this based on the current BMR program that we have. So we do go to the regulatory agreement, and the regulatory agreement actually specify what the process would be. Generally, it's 60 days notice. In some case, meaning the resident gets a 60-day notice to move out, to vacate. At some properties, we have different AMIs. So for example, I can refer to Mayfield as one example. They have some units that are at 50% AMI, some at 60% AMI, some at 100% AMI. So if that happens, and we can flip-flop. So for example, if somebody's in a 50% AMI unit, qualifies for a 50% AMI, but is paying a 60%, we would give them the lower rent and increase that person, assign that person to the higher AMI unit. I'm not sure that.
Yeah.
So we always keep the ratio. The ratio needs to remain the same.
But is it routine every year that some people sort of price out because they do better in their work?
It's not routine. It's not, no.
Okay. I mean, this may not fit that pattern because in some affordable housing, there's certain income levels that are, I don't want to say fixed, but pretty stable. Whereas if this is just, person just out of college and he just needs a place for a year, it could change a lot. So it may not be the same pattern that you see with other tenants that you manage.
Exactly. And also there's a margin. So even if the income limit is set at, let's say, 60% of AMI, most of the regulatory agreements allow for an additional, so they can go up to, for example, 80% of AMI before they would be asked to vacate.
Okay, that's a good point to know as well. And then there's one of the possible proposals is that the landlord would have a choice to do it themselves or go through you. Do you care about that, or does that make it more complicated for you?
It does. It does. So in fact, our recommendation to the city was to have one waiting list.
Okay.
And that way we select the person, we qualify them based on their place on the waiting list, and we send them to the landlord.
Yeah. So it all goes through one funnel, basically.
Through one, yes. And so there's no question about, you're skipping people or jumping over or just selecting based on whatever criteria a landlord decides.
Okay. Chair, we're still in the question round. Can I ask questions of staff, or would you like to have somebody else take a turn first?
You can keep going. And yes, this was intended that you can ask questions of staff as well.
Okay, so I'm wondering if there's any new data in the last 30 days since we looked at this, particularly in the areas of any other cities other than the one data point of what San Diego did in terms of proliferation of ADUs. And let's see, secondly, do we have any further data on what percentage that we know are detached or non-detached? I think they're mostly detached, but we ought to be able to check that out. And then also any further developments on the rent issue. You were kind of guesstimating rents of 1,800 to 4,000 for a 300 and 900 square foot unit based on Craigslist and apartment.com. So I'm just wondering if there's anything that's more concrete, more accurate than that. So those three items, rents and detached percentages and any other data from other cities.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so there hasn't, from what my research has provided, there haven't been any other cities I found that have tried to establish an affordable program. The incomes or the rents that I had been finding were not so much guesses as what I had actually been seeing when I did my search online for different affordable units that I could break down to more clearly actually confirm that they were. A lot of times when you use these online search engines, the parameters aren't so clear yet to identify or specify detached ADU or even utilize that term ADU. Sometimes they are lumped underneath studio. So trying to kind of balance those kind of search engines or search parameters lead you to a mixed bag of a lot of things. But the items or the units that I had seen, some of them were lower, seeing, again, like I suggested the last time, anywhere from $1,800 to $2,200 a month for rent, to some units that I had seen that were being proposed as $3,500 or even upwards to $4,000 a month for rent. So there was a large variety and a greater kind of disparity in terms of information, or even information in that gap between those kind of higher low ends, to really give a lot more information. Unfortunately, most of the time it didn't seem like there was a lot of information really available, sadly.
So that's part of our collective problem right now, is that there's not a lot of data to make decisions on. And I'm not suggesting you didn't do your job. I think you did a fine job, but you had to sort and get. I say guess because it looks like a detached ADU, but they don't use those words. And they talk about square footage and then a number. So it's just a bit sketchy right now.
Yeah, definitely feels that way when you look online trying to find some of these, is to, you really have to start staring at an image for a long time and try to guess, is that what I think it is, or is that not? It's interesting.
Or you might have to go on field trips.
Yeah, right. So, it'd be one thing, obviously we have a list now, or can kind of generate like a list of addresses that we can go to. But I think there's also that challenge of, a government entity requesting information from a member of the public about how much they're charging, people on for their units. So I
Yep.
think that's also been a challenge too.
Yep. Okay, that's all for now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did want to add, Commissioner Lowing, we can give you, I need to do some quick calculations, but I can give you a calc in a minute about the balance, at least up through 2020, of the detached versus attached. It certainly is that detached is far more popular than attached, but not necessarily hugely. So I'll run that for you and I can get that to you in a moment. And then as far as new data, I think Mr. Sauls did kind of explain it. One piece of information that is relatively new, and I believe will be built upon, there was a report looking at the whole state of California and ADUs. And so that's helpful, but because the housing market is so regional, it's not, I have to look through it to see if they had any data specific to the Bay Area regarding rent prices, but certainly an interesting report about ADUs just in general in California.
Okay.
Commissioner Chang, you're up.
Great. Thanks for coming, Ms. Mascarenas. I have two questions for you. The first is managing ADUs would be pretty different from managing a lot of the other types of affordable housing that you manage. And I wanted to ask you, what challenges are there? I mean, for one, I can think of that each ADU is going to be completely different from the next ADU rather than having a building of similar, affordable housing units. But I would be interested to hear what the challenges are that you have discussed with Mr. Sauls in terms of making this actually doable. And I think it will really inform some of the decisions that we're recommending also.
The ADUs themselves, I don't see as being a challenge. And the reason being is that whomever the owner is, they're not going to want, they're going to want their unit maintained. So that's the one big thing. The challenge I see is working with so many different owners for each unit. Right now we have, let's say 10 or 15 or 20 or 30 units managed by one person. Whereas in this case, each unit would have a different personality, a different owner, a different set of rules that they want to follow versus what we think they need to abide by. But otherwise, the unit themselves, I don't see as being a challenge. Qualifying the person for, their recertification or initial certification, I think it's going to be exactly the same. We're going to be essentially working with a similar group of people, applicants, as we work with our affordable housing.
And so then a follow on to that part is, how would this actually work? So ADU comes up open, and then you have a wait. Let's assume for now that there's a single wait list. So you look at the first person on the wait list and you say, okay, this is available for you. And so do you present that unit to the renter, and then do you also present the renter to the landlord? And at any point, any party can say, nope, this is not a fit for me? Or how does that decision-making process work?
So yes, to both. So the renter would certainly have to agree that they want to live where that unit is. It's suitable for their family, whatever that family size may be. And the owner would also, so I see it as having a set of like a resident selection criteria that would be distributed to all of the owners. This is what we're going to check. We check credit, landlord history, income, if we decide to put in criminal history as well, which I think most owners might want because it's part of their personal space in a way. And so we would check all of that before presenting the renter to the owner.
And so then could a owner still legitimately say, no, thank you, I don't like this tenant for whatever reason? Or are they, I'm trying to understand what the limitations are
Yes.
that might be put on a landlord so that we understand how sweet we need to make the, or how attractive we need to make the carrot.
Yeah, right. And I totally get that. I think they would have to have a legitimate reason to say, that they don't, especially if all of the boxes are checked. In other words, the person does have good credit, the person has no evictions, the person does not have a criminal history. They would have to have a good reason. Or, the owner may not want pets, for example, and the person has a pet or comes up at the last minute and says, yes, I have a dog, and we didn't know that this applicant had a dog. So if it's not a legitimate reason, we would definitely have to look into that.
Okay.
It would be a challenge, yeah.
Yeah, I imagine that might be one of the challenges for ADUs versus affordable housing developments.
Right.
So my other question, or now it's expanded, but my last question now of you is, so Mr. Sauls did some research and didn't know of other examples necessarily or couldn't find a lot of examples where there were affordable ADUs. Have you heard of other similar situations for affordable housing, even if it's not exactly ADUs, maybe analogous to ADUs with many different landlords and every unit being unique?
So the city of Los Altos does have ADUs. Yes. And we also administer the BMR program for the city of Los Altos. However, we do not administer the ADUs. And I don't think it's appropriate to go into, why or what. I don't think the ADUs have ever been administered yet. However, I do know that they have it. I do know that we are still looking into how to approach monitoring the ADUs. So that's the only city that I'm aware of right now.
Okay. And in Los Altos, just to be crystal clear, it's affordable ADUs that they have?
The intent was affordable when they were set up.
Okay.
However, because they have not been monitored, I couldn't tell you for sure.
Okay.
That they are.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Then I guess I lied. I have one more follow-on question that I think everybody is wondering about.
Okay.
I wanted to ask staff if they've talked to Los Altos at all about their program, since it's right next door, and we probably could learn a lot from it.
Yeah, so in the conversations that we've had, it's that they are lumping ADUs under a category of thinking they're affordable versus actually confirming that they are, or doing, that extra step to be able to demonstrate that they are actually meeting the affordability targets. So to my understanding, again, it's more that the city has said that, ADUs in general target a category that can capture something underneath that umbrella of being affordable, but that they don't necessarily have a targeted program like what we're considering tonight, or what we had discussed last time, of having a more organized deed restricted process that specifically captures and delineates what is being used as an affordable unit versus simply saying, well, we're going to classify any ADU that gets submitted to us as being an affordable category, whether it's being rented at those levels or not.
And I think the distinction, because I see your face like, why would you do that, is that there are some state incentives in terms of how, when cities have to provide and plan for the housing related to the regional needs allocation that each jurisdiction receives. And so state law has allowed cities to attribute, I think, either all or a portion of their ADUs under a certain income group. And so as Mr. Sauls is saying, Los Altos is kind of saying, well, because these are ADUs and they're affordable by design, we're going to count them as being affordable units for the purposes of, saying how are we tracking our progress on our affordable units versus what we're discussing, which is a program to incentivize deed restrictions to ensure that these are actually rented to a household that qualifies for affordable housing. Hope that makes clear the distinction.
It does make it helps, but it makes me even more confused because I remember at the last meeting when we discussed this topic, Commissioner Templeton was asking about what making something officially affordable does. And I think you had said that it allows us to count it under the RENA targets. But
Right,
it
so we
sounds
can't-
like we can count it anyway if we just sort of wave our hands the way Los Altos did and said, well, they're all affordable.
I believe that's the case, and I will say I would want to confirm with Tim Wong, our senior housing planner, but I do believe that's the case in state law. I think that we can count it, but I think we could also know that it's actually being housing an affordable household that would qualify for affordable housing. I see my city attorney is coming to my aid, so what would you add, Mr. Yang?
So I would just add, I think this may be a distinction between like the current housing element period and future housing element periods. And I have seen some guidance from HCD indicating that if you don't have a deed restriction, you have to be able to like show evidence that it's actually being rented at that affordable level. So, certainly going forward, I think we're going to need a little bit more than just hand.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. That helps a lot.
Commissioner Lowing, more questions?
Just wanted to confirm that this is not deed restricted in Los Altos.
Not that I've seen, no.
Okay, thanks.
All right, I'm not seeing any more commission hands for questions of staff at this point. So I'm now going to open the floor for public comments, primarily because on this continued item, we really had an augmentation of our staff report with Ms. Mascarenas. And so to me, that is new information that we and the members of the public hadn't heard before. And so I think it's appropriate to let the members of the public who want to comment. So with that, please raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there is a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you are dialing in from a phone, please press *9. Mr. Nguyen.
Chair Heckman, just one moment before I did get a question, answers to two of Commissioner Lowing's questions, just in case any members of the public wanted to comment on that. There was a question you had, Commissioner Long, about the detached versus attached. And from what I'm looking at over, I think this is going back to 2015 through 2020, so not including 2021, about 69% of ADUs applications submitted have been for detached and about 31% for attached ADUs. So, 70-30 split roughly in favor of detached being more popular. And I just had heard about just the other day a study that was released in April of this year that did look at some ADU statewide. It's based on a survey that they were able to do, and they did have enough data in the San Francisco Bay Area, but again, it's the whole Bay Area aggregated. They found the median rent for an ADU, and I don't know if this is attached or detached, is about $2,200 a month. So it's just the median rent that ADUs were offered in the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm happy to share that with the commission as well, the document that is.
Let's then go to public comment. Mr. Nguyen, I see one public speaker for this item at this time.
Yes, we do have one hand raised. Let me get the screen share. Okay, Ms. Winter, if you can please unmute yourself, you can speak.
There. I again apologize for earlier. I came in late and I didn't know where you were. I thought you had already gone to the agenda item. Sorry. So a couple of things. I want to piggyback on the representative from Alta Housing. I'm so glad that she's there. I'm relieved that Alta Housing would be, if this happens, that there are actual below market rate housing, that Alta Housing would be processing it, hopefully. The candidates, possible tenants, because for 5 years, I was a fair housing attorney, meaning I dealt with issues of discrimination in housing on the Mid-Peninsula, my office being in Palo Alto. And yes, those issues are alive and well in housing right here in Palo Alto. And that was one of the things I was going to comment on. I have friends that are building or have built ADUs, and they're the sweetest people, and they built them for reasons of, in this case, of actually wanting to supply affordable housing. And every single one of them have said to me, oh, I just want to pick out the people that I want to have live there. And every one of them, it was by color of skin, every single one of them. And I have said to every single one of them, you can't do that, because that violates both state and federal fair housing laws. And for instance, some of those are race, disability, families with children, sexual orientation, national origin, religion, age, primary language, immigration status, citizenship. And it has really concerned me as people talk about ADUs. And I think the vast majority of ADUs are not used for housing, and certainly not affordable housing. And I would caution you mightily to the idea of a fourth unit. We have a slew of lots in Palo Alto that are 6,000 square feet, quite a lot of 5,000 square feet. You put 4 housing units on a 6,000 square foot lot, that's about 1,500 square feet for, a main house would take up more, but 4 into 6,000 is 1,500 square feet. And that ends up being about 40 by 35 foot. That 1,500 square feet. All of this is very rough, but I just think we have to be really real. And this was all justified, ADUs, that, oh, we're going to have all of this affordable housing, and it's not, which is why you're talking about this now. And don't allow a fourth house, for goodness sakes. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us tonight. Chair Heckman, that concludes public comments for this item.
Thank you. I will bring it back to the commission.
Chair, I do apologize, but someone just raised their hand. Did you want to give this person an opportunity to speak? I'm sorry?
Yes, please.
Okay. Our next speaker is Jess.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, hi. Great. Thank you, guys. This is Jessica with ADU Collective, and just wanted to chime in. Thank you, everyone, for all the great discussions and being here tonight and your continued work. I just thought, on a big picture in the 3 minutes that I have, I just want to chime in for a minute. I'm boots on the ground, taking the rules and implementing them as ADUs here in Palo Alto, working really closely with Rachel and Garrett. And I just want to remind everybody not to make all of this more complicated than it needs to be. I continually hear from staff, especially Rachel, that they just don't have the resources for additional programs. And the truth is, there is no shortage of people who want to build and rent an ADU. So what I encourage the city to do is just reduce roadblocks, reduce the cost, let homeowners bear the cost and manage the ADU for themselves, make all the rules easy for anyone and everyone to follow, and just encourage staff, PTC, if they really want to create housing, is to keep in mind that each project brings its own complication and nuances, and just allow flexibility, keep an eye on the big picture, and don't create roadblocks. I would love for the city or even myself to host an ADU open house. And I would invite you to come and see some ADUs that are completed, you know, teachers living in them and 270 square feet with a loft, like all sorts of, you know, configurations. I would even encourage city staff to come and see a lot of unpermitted ADUs where people are living sort of in conditions where people can't afford to jump through all the roadblocks that the city has. So then they kind of make makeshift situations. And I just really hope that we can stop the conversations and debating over ticky-tacky stuff, detached, attached, doors, inches on expansions, all these things. It's like, just make it simple. If you really want to create housing, which I believe you guys have good intentions to do that, just take a step back, make it easy for people, and reduce the costs. And there's a lot of other elements we can talk about with discriminatory practices, comparing ADU sizes to the house size for fees and for flood zones and things like that. Also creates more blocks for roadblocks for ADUs. So that's just the big picture. In the future, I really encourage us to talk about multi-generational. I'm working on quite a few multi-generational homes, and that is a huge, huge thing that I think could be a success for creating housing in Palo Alto. So anyway, great work, guys. Keep it up.
Thank you for your comments. Chair Heckman, that concludes public comments for this item.
All right, thank you. And as I bring it back to the commission, just for the benefit of the public, I want to clarify that Palo Alto has a robust set of regulations and processes for ADUs in general. And that tonight, the continued discussion we're having is on whether we think it's advisable to recommend to the council to create a subset of ADUs focused particularly on ADUs that the owners will agree to limit the rent to some level of affordability, and in exchange for a menu of incentives, which is a lot of what we're talking about tonight. So it's really a subset of ADUs, and we're dialoguing whether we as a commission think this kind of program overall is a good idea, and if so, what are the particulars that we think would make property owners voluntarily build a unit and agree to take less rent than the market might otherwise allow them to. So with that, I am going to bring it back to the commission and remind the commission of the sort of process that we created when we started this item at a prior meeting, which is we have a total of 14 items. We have covered 4 of them. As we got started, it was recognized by some of our commissioners that so many of these are interrelated. It's really difficult to vote on them the first time through, since we don't know how they'll relate to items we would subsequently discuss, and we didn't even know what other commissioners felt about those other items. So the way we handled it is we're going all the way through all 14 with we're trying to do 2-minute rounds, one just to get your kind of base concept out there for the other commissioners, and then a 2-minute round to react to what you've heard, and then move on to the next item, ideally for that kind of discussion. And once we've completed all 14, we'll come back and cycle through, hopefully with a series of motions that follow the slide that Mr. Stalls had shown toward the end of his abbreviated presentation tonight, which is, sort of thumbs up or thumbs down to the concept, And to the extent we want to put a bit of a fine point on it, we can do that as well. So that's where we are. And so the way we're going to do this as we started, Mr. Sauls has a slide for each of the remaining 10 items. And so we'll start with that and any comments of his, and then we'll go to commission discussion for that item. Mr. Sauls.
All right, can you see my screen here?
Yes, we can see it, Garrett.
Okay, thank you. So we had finished last time discussing the potential for removing the requirement for an existing garage to be placed at the site in order to benefit from the parking conversion allowance that is afforded for converting a garage or JDU or converting a garage to an ADU or a JDU. So the following item after that was a discussion about the potential for providing an additional unit when one of the units units proposed on the site is an affordable unit. So this was a policy that had been adopted as discussed in the staff report by the city of San Diego that had been brought to staff's attention while we were discussing this prior to coming to PTC earlier this year, where effectively what the city of San Diego had provided was that for any unit that was in their ordinance within a transit priority area, as they had defined, any one unit that was provided that was restricted at an affordable price could provide a benefit to the homeowner to provide one additional unit. And when they're in a transit priority area, they could provide an unlimited number of units on site. Given that that parameter is not so useful, I guess, in Palo Alto, as our transit priority areas are a little bit more localized along places like El Camino or Alma, staff felt that it was more appropriate to potentially provide either one additional ADU or JDU when an affordable unit is provided on site. And so one potential concept that staff had considered was to provide either an allowance for just the one standard unit of an ADU or a JDU, or even potentially allowing for additional units based on some sort of lot size dimension, which, as you can see on the screen here, may, as an example, could be something like one additional unit per 10,000 square feet of lot available on site, right? So that certainly would benefit properties that are much larger, meaning properties that are most likely in the residential estate or open space districts would be able to benefit more from how many more units could be provided on site. But this is all, again, based on whether or not the PTC is supportive of providing this as an incentive to encourage homeowners to develop affordable units.
All right, commissioners, lightning round. Your thoughts on this potential incentive? Who'd like to go first? All right, while I'm waiting for you all to warm up, I guess I will lead off. The thing that strikes me about this possibility, two things. One is I believe we could end up potentially with one on-site parking space for 4 units. I'd like to know if I'm doing my math right, if staff can confirm that. That would concern me because I think that would, I don't expect that those 4 units would have 1 car. And so I think that would push parking to the street. But I balance that against, I think, the reality that only large lots can realistically have a 4th unit. I know it's not physically possible on my 6,000 square foot lot to get a 4th unit. I could do a JDU in the garage and one in the back, an ADU detached, but I could not do a 4th. And so if we did this, I don't think it will be much used, and where it's used, it'll be in the large lot neighborhoods, which frankly have more parking available on the street. Commissioner Suma.
So, Chair, I share some of your concerns about this. I think this is moving a little too quickly in general. And I worry about the parking. I worry about the loss of backyard habitat for flora and fauna, which is really, really important. I worry about the loss of trees. I worry about, we've certainly seen a lot of extreme heat, luckily not here, but on the West Coast. And I worry about parking. And I also worry that this would be attractive mostly to investors that aren't really a part of the community, but would like to maximize profit from a place they don't live in. So at this time, I would not find this a reasonable or attractive idea to pursue.
Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, not much to add to my two colleagues that just spoke, but I start with where you start with, Chair Heckman, is that this would only work on pretty large lots, and there aren't very many in town. So, you factor that in and start putting the vectors on this, how many people with that size lot. I just don't think it's going to be that appealing to many folks. And then I share pretty much everything that Commissioner Suma said. It's just, we've got to, we don't even know what's going to happen now with an ADU and a JADU in terms of any problems. I'm not saying they're going to be there, but they could be. We don't have a lot of experience yet. So instantly, without much experience, going to yet another ADU, or God forbid, take the San Diego approach and say, sure, go for it. I just don't think that's prudent. We don't have to do that now to get affordable housing, or one or two every 5 years that might come up with this kind of provision. So I don't think I don't think this one makes sense.
Commissioner Chang, followed by Commissioner Templeton.
I also don't have much to add, and in addition to what the three of you who have spoken have already said, but it just seems to be very inconsequential in terms of the numbers that of affordable units that it could address, because since we're not talking about expanding the FAR that's allowed, a small lot's still stuck with the same FAR, if I understand correctly. So it really only applies to large lots. And then I would just say that if for some reason we were to decide that this is appropriate, which I'm not sure that that it should be appropriate, but if we were to decide that it were appropriate, the deed restriction that staff had kind of stuck out there as a straw man of 15 years just seems way too small for something like this. If we're cramming, if the community benefit is affordable housing, and the community cost would be parking overflowing onto the streets. And if I do agree that I agree with Commissioner Suma's comment that this seems to be somebody who's interested in this for a profit motive, then really, if they're acting more like a developer, then we should be deed restricting this at a much longer time too, if we were to allow something like this. Because this is the biggest gift, I would say, on this list, on this menu of items. So that's my 2 cents.
Mr. Templeton.
Thank you. Before I make my comments, I would like to get some clarity from Mr. Yang about the relevance of who might be incentivized by certain things in our deliberations. I just want to make sure that we're not in any way that we're really clear on whether we can take that into consideration or not, since it has been brought up. Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, so I would really only have concerns if we were talking about a protected class in some way, and whether someone or not is a professional real estate developer is not one of those categories. So
thank you. So the comment I have then, I think that this would hurt more of the small real estate owners. It's hard to define small in Palo Alto because everything's very expensive and costly. I think that large developers would be looking at putting many more properties, many more units on their properties. However, although we have come to the conclusion in perhaps different directions, I don't support this at all. I think this is not the right way to approach adding housing for many of the reasons that were mentioned already, including the limited number of extra large lots, lack of parking, and kind of the haphazard nature of what's being described. I think it's not the right way to approach this, so I wouldn't support this one either. Thank you.
Any commissioners for a second round on this item? Then let me just say briefly, having listened to my fellow commissioners, the other thing that strikes me is that while I think there would be limited reward from keeping this, or from including this as an incentive, I think it would generate a lot of fear in the community, because not everyone is going to do the math to figure out that fourth unit can't fit next door to me on that 6,000 square foot lot. And so we're going to have a lot of people unnecessarily worried. And for, as all of you have, many of you have said, for really very little actual benefit. All right, let's then move to the next category of potential incentive. Mr. Sauls.
Okay, so the next item that we would be talking about is potentially exempting basement square footage from the max floor area. So the reason that this is, a policy in our ordinance, right now is that currently it's a bit of a holdover from previous proposals that it contributed to, the maximum size of the unit, as well as, the floor area to kind of control, the total development of these units. Additionally, with the states updating to their language, they weren't more clear on this aspect, or more concise as to how basements may affect the total size of a unit, rather than saying that something more blandly as 800 square feet of a unit must be developed. It wasn't clear to parse out whether basement is to be contributing, if it's below or above ground, or as our ordinance currently looks at a lot of things, whether there's a significant amount of the basement space that is protruding above the ground level or not can contribute to that space counting as floor area. So as previously discussed in PTC meetings, there had been a support for modifying this regulation such that the basement space would not be considered as floor area for the site, so that it would be consistent with what the current regulations are for main houses, such that, again, if the first finished floor is greater than 3 feet above ground, above grade, then that basement space would be counting towards floor area. However, if it is less than 3 feet or at grade, then that space is not going to count towards floor area for the site. Now, what this could potentially allow for is for a larger sized unit where you might have a 600 square foot unit on top, or anywhere a myriad of 6, 7, 8, 900 square foot unit above ground, and continuation of the unit below ground to be able to capture what would also be considered, or is another item that's considered in this policy proposal, to allow for a maximum size of a 1,200 square foot unit.
Thank you. Commissioners, actually, I have a question of staff, which might help illuminate this discussion. So one of the items we talked about last time, and we're going to come back and vote on, is the income category. If we do this, where are we going to recommend that the income level be set? 120%, 100%, 80, 60, something else. Help me understand the relationship between whatever income level we recommend and the size of the unit. Does the size of the unit affect it? The rent that can be charged to whatever income level we recommend, assuming the council were to adopt that?
So I'll jump in with my best guess at an answer, and Georgina may add to this if she has any insight. I don't believe the unit size would necessarily impact the AMI level that the PTC and ultimately the council may choose in terms of what income levels qualify. But certainly the size would impact the households that can occupy it. So I don't believe that Alta, for example, would knowingly permit a 4-person household to occupy a studio ADU, for example, even if they met the income qualification for that household. So I think that would probably be the biggest relationship between size and the renter. But I invite any other insight if there is any from Alta Housing.
No, you are absolutely correct, Rachel. The specific size of the unit won't matter. We do have occupancy guidelines. So for example, in a studio, we would allow 2 people, and a 1-bedroom, the maximum occupancy is 3. And the rent would be based on a studio versus a 1-bedroom, and not a studio of 500 square feet versus a studio of 700 square feet.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, thank you. That was very helpful for me. So let's go to lightning round commissioners. Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. So for deed restricted housing, Ms. Mascarenas, am I correct in thinking it's based, the price is based on the number of bedrooms?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay.
It's the number of bedrooms and the AMI. So a 1-bedroom
Right.
at 50%. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
So this is a kind of tricky one, I think, because I very much would like to continue to provide housing for families. I think a lot of people move to Palo Alto because of the excellence of our public schools, and I think family housing is super important. But then I have to balance that with the other factors and variables here. And this is why this whole conversation is tricky, because whereas I might find it reasonable to consider this, despite the negative environmental impacts of basements that I feel are actually documented accurately, I also would like to create family housing at a deed restricted level, but I guess it really depends on the deed restriction level for me too. So in general, I think basements create problems with groundwater, and we don't have any requirements that these secant walls be used. We allow groundwater to be pumped. We're in a drought, and also larger units will use more water. So one has to really balance these ideas. And for 120% AMI, I might not be interested in doing this, but for the lower levels of AMI and really providing family housing, it might be more attractive despite the impacts on trees and groundwater and those other, what I consider negative impacts. So I don't know, that's not really a very clear answer, but those are the concerns that are, that come to me. Thank you.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I'm also not super excited about this. I don't think there's been a case to be made that justifies it. I agree with Commissioner Suma about the challenges with basements in our area, but also, I just think there has to be a really strong affirmative case for this before we would want to start encouraging people to do more basements. I have a question for staff. Can people use basement apartments as JADUs right now?
So currently JADUs have to be attached to the house. So in theory, there could be an opportunity where someone would be developing a basement ADU or JADU. If it was a detached garage, those currently aren't allowed to be converted to a JADU. It would only be an ADU.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can see people that are already building basements wanting to have a basement apartment, things like this. But this one just seems unusual and undesirable. So I'm not supportive of this idea. Thank you.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Chang.
So I'm also pretty lukewarm on this because of the environmental concerns for basements. But I could be persuaded if the income levels and deed restriction were the right thing, because like Commissioner Suma, what really excites me about this idea is, gee, if you can really create a 12,000 square foot ADU, now you have something where a family could live there. And that is very exciting, because most of the, if you're talking about an 800 square foot ADU, that's a lot harder for a family of four to live in. And so if we were to, I'd be open to thinking more about it and curious about what the other commissioners would say if we could make sure that allowing such a exemption would really enable us to have families in affordable housing long term. That's it.
Other commissioners? I'll go while we're waiting. While I'm waiting to see other hands. So I want to start by saying that this is, practically speaking, wholly unrealistic. If you're talking about asking somebody to build something that they have to charge below market rent for some period of time we haven't decided, maybe it's 10 years, maybe it's 15, maybe it's longer, and you offer them the opportunity to enlarge it through the most expensive construction possible, which is to dig down. No one's going to do it. No one is going to build a basement for a deed restricted, rent restricted ADU. I think where this has some potential, though, is if a homeowner were to deed restrict the JADU in the home, attached, as Mr. Saul said, and we provided this incentive for the non-restricted open market ADU, now maybe we get those larger units that can hold a family, because the owner can charge rent that's commensurate with the additional cost. So that would be how I would parse that issue.
So just for some clarification on that, what you're suggesting is that if an individual developed 3 units on their lot, as is currently allowed, primary home, ADU, and a JDU, either the ADU or the JDU, or are you saying specifically we would say the JDU would be deed restricted to be affordable, and the ADU could then be the market rate unit, whereas primarily or currently, either of those 2 units could be market rent?
Right. I was focusing on the JDU, which must be attached definitionally as what an owner would create as a deed restricted, rent restricted unit. And that would, as an incentive to get them to do that, when they then built the detached ADU, they could include a basement pursuant to this incentive. That was the concept. Commissioner Lowing, you have like an angel's glow behind you.
Good. Wow. That's new. So I think that your analysis that you just went through on the basement in terms of the cost of that is absolutely correct. But I think that the case that you outlined there, while creative, is a corner case. I just don't feel like that's going to be driving a lot of customers here. So there's enough wrong with it. It just feels like the timing is not right for this. But I do admit that the bright, shiny object here is family housing, because that's going to be a problem for us in the next 2 years of the housing element. So I think we need to keep that front burner, but I'm not sure that this one is going to create a lot of building. That's all.
Thank you. All right, I think that's a first round. Any commissioners want to come back around for additional comments? All right. Then let's move on to the next item, Mr. Sauls.
Okay. So the next item would be discussing potentially allowing the maximum sizes for an ADU or JDU to increase. Currently, what our detached or attached ADU maximum sizes are either 900 square feet for any kind of size of bedroom or a one bedroom unit or less, or 1,000 square foot unit for a 2-bedroom unit. That 1,000 square foot requirement is one of the state code requirements, if you'll remember, that can occur, but there are instances based on our code where a portion of the size of that unit will still need to be contributing towards the maximum floor area for the site. The current JDU size allowances are 500 square feet. That is consistent with the state code, and that doesn't appear to have been changed in the new updated state code ordinance. The policy proposal that we have would be to consider allowing for an ADU to be up to a 1,200 square foot size unit and allow for a JDU to be up to 800 square feet in size if either of those were rented at an affordable rate or deed restricted for affordability.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, Commissioner Chang.
So I just had a question for Mr. Saul. So what is the relationship with FAR here? If we were to agree to this or to recommend this proposal?
So it could be twofold. It could be one, to maintain what our current bonus is within our ordinance, which is up to 800 square feet is exempted from total FAR and lot coverage on the site, or even potentially to extend that to a greater point here that you see on the screen. So it could be to say, we'll allow for the maximum size to increase, but still retain the 800 square foot bonus. So, now for an ADU, for example, we'll take that to make it a little clearer. 800 square feet of that 1,200 square foot unit would be exempt. 400 would be contributing towards the total square footage for the site. Similarly, for a JDU, we could technically maintain that and not necessarily have to change that regulation, as it would still kind of encapsulate the total size for the JDU at that point.
Sorry, I just want to cut in. Sorry, Commissioner Chang. Albert, our attorney, is letting us know that the state law does define and restrict JADUs to a maximum size of 500 square foot. So we do apologize for this oversight. That apparently, if it's more than that, then it bumps itself into the ADU category. I do expect to see some more changes for JADUs as it continues to evolve, and ADUs as well. But so if the commission might focus on the upper box that looks at expanding the size potentially of the ADU, and the JADU would need to stay at that 500 square feet size. Apologies.
Okay, thank you. Just to continue then, I just think that of all the proposal, I mean, we talked, Commissioner Lowing spoke in the last round about how, the jewel to keep our eye on is this family housing. This proposal seems particularly interesting to me because it seems to be the right incentive. Like, we have the interests of the landlord and building costs in line with what we want to do, which is create better and more affordable housing. So I'm more open to this proposal. My one concern would be about mitigating the impacts on our city infrastructure and on the school district. And I'm wondering how the impact fees would be addressed with something like this. And I know that there is a separate item later on about impact fees, but I'm wondering for staff, my question to staff is, what would be the impact fee implication of doing something like this, were we not to also do something else to mitigate the impact fees?
Right. So basically what that would mean is that there's a greater share of impact fees associated with a larger unit. And when the larger unit is closer in size to the size of the existing or proposed home, that means that it's going to be a more significant amount of money or it's going to be treated as if it is equivalent to a brand new home. Currently, the way development impact fees are charged are based on, imagine a vacant lot that has never been developed. Very rare in the city, but has happened in the last couple of years. A new primary home developed on the site can be anywhere from $20,000 to $30,000 in terms of development impact fees. If, for example, we were to allow a maximum size of 1,200 square feet and we didn't extend the exemption for that to match that size, and you had a homeowner who had an existing home that was 1,200 square feet, if they built an ADU to match that size, then the impact fees that they would be paying would be equivalent to one new home, rather than if it were 2,400 square feet, the size of the home today, or proposed home today, were 2,400 square feet, it would be half that cost.
All right, well, thank you for explaining that to me. It's very helpful. And at any rate, my answer for lightning round with regard to this proposal is it seems like it could be okay and make a lot of sense.
Templeton.
Thank you. Just a question to staff. Can you clarify, did you say that this proposal is illegal?
No, what I said is that the JADU cannot be greater than 500 square feet and be a JADU. So if the PTC is interested in expanding the size, then it would be an ADU that the size could be expanded. Does that make sense?
So in that bottom right quadrant, we would just remove the J?
Certainly, that would be one way to look at it, but already an ADU is allowed to be 900 square feet. So essentially we had an oversight in the preparation of this suggestion, and we should have just focused on the ADU being a place that could have the larger size.
Okay, so just strike that bottom row altogether.
Yes. And that is a constraint from state law which defines the JADU as being attached and 500 square feet. And when it goes greater than that size, then it would not fall into the JADU category anymore. I know it's kind of funky, but.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what the value of this proposal is. So really it's allowing 2-bedroom units that are ADUs to be 200 square feet larger if they're affordable.
That's the proposal, yes.
And is that is legal?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for answering that question. Yeah, I guess, I mean, 1,200 square feet is larger than my first house in Palo Alto. So it does feel like a whole nother house on the lot. But, you know, maybe there's some people that's what they're looking for. And if it becomes an affordable home, maybe that's a good thing. Again, I'm not super clear on why this change is necessary, but seems okay. So just to share with the other commissioners kind of where my head's at. Thanks.
Mr. Suma.
Thank you. And to pile on to what Commissioner Templeton just said, a lot of neighborhoods in Palo Alto have, mine, for instance, College Terrace, has a variety of houses and some really, really small. I mean, people live in 750 square foot houses in Palo Alto on substandard lots that are really, really small. So I don't think the impact of this would be the same on all lot sizes. So is staff considering lot size at all when they're thinking of this?
Yeah, so it wouldn't necessarily change how the lot size is obviously established today, but what it would allow for is for more of that space to be used to be developed for an ADU. So if a homeowner chose to build a larger unit and make it affordable, they could certainly do so. It would mean that a larger space, maybe in their backyard or side yard, however it's configured on their lot currently, would be occupied by this structure.
Sure, but would it be consistent with the requirement on small substandard lots? Would this size ADU be consistent with the open space coverage requirements for residential lots, or could we come into conflict with that?
So the open space issue is not necessarily one that applies to ADUs anymore. The city has had that regulation in place since 2017 that the what's considered the rear coverage of that rear yard setback doesn't apply to an ADU for the sake of being able to develop these units on site. Whereas prior to 2017, that was a restriction that prevented many lots, smaller lots, for example, from being able to develop something on site and still satisfy that coverage requirement.
I see. So, but is there still a percentage of the whole lot coverage? I forget what it is, or is that not, do we not consider that for ADUs at all? I mean, I know we can build in the rear setback, but.
Right.
The
Yeah, so there
overall-
would be a total lot coverage, and similar to the concept of extending the allowance for exemption of those fees, you could extend that exemption of that square footage. So if you said that we would exempt up to 1,200 square feet for an affordable ADU to be developed, then while there's still obviously a physical structure in that location, it would be treated as if there is nothing that is creating an imprint or a footprint on that site when you come to determining the calculation of what is permitted by normal standard policies.
And
I
perhaps-
see.
Sorry, Commissioner Sumit, just to add on to that, one way to think about it too, if the commission is interested with this particular topic, is that, you know, it could be for standard size lots, but I think in general for the regulations that we have adopted that the commission then recommended to council, you know, is really following the state rules in terms of what we have to allow. And so that's kind of where we're not discriminating between lot size. But, you know, obviously incentive-based programs, we could have some more discretion.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I agree with my colleagues that have spoken before me that this sounds kind of enticing, but to provide more family housing, but I'm not sure that I'm really convinced that it's a good idea and that it won't have negative impacts on neighbors and privacy and backyard habitat, once again, especially on smaller lots. Thank you.
Mr. Lowing.
Yes, Commissioner Sumo raises a number of very good points, and I think the solution to her concerns would be that we would have to, you know, restrict the lot size in a way that we haven't done otherwise. And since we're going past the state law anyway, we could do that. That is another level of complication. So it comes down to, you know, are we doing the public a favor by putting up now, with our limited experience, a number of 1,200 square foot ADUs? Probably not. And are we going to incent very many people to put up affordable ADUs, deed restricted, because they're getting 200 more square feet that they can charge rent for? I think probably not. I just feel like this is a squeeze to get, you know, to get this to be an incentive. So and maybe that was the other thing that Commissioner Templeton was getting at, is this really an incentive to do much? So I think there's problems on both sides of it that would have to be tweaked. And it may just be that it's just too soon. I don't know, but I think there's problems. I think there's problems that we would have to dig into deeper.
One thing I would just like to clarify on that is that we aren't able to establish any lot size limitations for these units. So the new state law said that, you know, there is no minimum lot size you need in order to develop a unit of this size. So I don't think and maybe Mr. Yang might be able to confirm that or clarify more, but I don't believe we'd be able to establish a new lot size limitation, even in this instance.
Yeah, so I think this is what Ms. Tanner was referring to earlier, where if we are, creating an incentive program, we may have a little bit more flexibility in that area. So in general, we can't have a minimum lot size. In general, we can't have lot coverage requirements if they would prevent an ADU of 800 square feet. But I think we could take the position and be fairly well supported that, for an incentive program like this, we could have additional regulations.
Commissioner Lowing, your hand is still up. Are you continuing?
No, I'll just respond that I think that we have to sort that out, as I said, because what Mr. Saul said and what Attorney Yang said is different. And I think if we can't restrict the lot sizes, that makes the decision for me easier. That now is not the time to be putting 1,200 square foot ADUs next to 800 square foot houses on small lots. That's all.
Mr. Chang.
So I don't think you've spoken yet, Chair Heckman. So this is like a second round for me. So I was just going to have a very quick statement, but I'll let you go first.
Okay. So as I mentioned when we started the commission discussion, we're here with kind of a limited task to see if we can come up with a menu of incentives that would entice someone to build something and charge less rent for it than they could otherwise for some period of time. And the more of these potential ideas that we as a commission say no to, and the council says no to, the less likely it is that anyone is going to do this other than somebody who's just philanthropically minded, and they don't need this ordinance that we're working on to do that. They can go ahead and do that on their own. So this one, I think, is one where it's an easy incentive, particularly now that we know we're only talking about ADUs. And if getting that extra 200 square feet would get somebody to deed restrict and rent restrict their ADU and allow more people inside of it, I say yes. Commissioner Chang, now you're up.
Okay, so Commissioner Suma brought up a great point about the very small lots. And I think I'm in agreement with Commissioner Suma and Commissioner Lowing that if we cannot restrict this to standard size lots, I would not be in favor of it because that just doesn't seem appropriate. But otherwise, can I just ask a question of staff here? So if we're not limiting the ADUs to 2 bedrooms, correct? In other words, if it were a 1,200 square feet ADU, they could make another pretty small bedroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
In terms of it could be a small bedroom, but a larger living area. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying
It could be a 3-bedroom ADU.
we could have a 3-bedroom.
Oh,
Okay,
yes,
great.
yes.
Fantastic. I mean, I think that if it's going to be deed restricted and affordable, and we can limit this to standard size lots, then I think I would be in favor of it, provided we, I mean, I think it would depend on what the actual proposal were with respect to the additional square footage and whether that cuts into the FAR or not. I don't think I would want to waive the FAR requirement because that might be going too far, but if somebody's already allowed to build on that area, then I would say, why not make it deed restricted and affordable?
And if the commission were interested, one of the things, if this did get support for either on standard size lots and larger, or even 3 bedrooms, we can work with the city attorney to research that, if that would pose any legal risk. Again, as an incentive-based program, having a little bit more parameters, but leading towards that family size housing, because conversely, I don't think we want a 1,200 square foot studio where there's no walls and anything if the commission is interested in family style and family sized housing.
All right, other commissioners? Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I still haven't heard a reason about why this isn't just building another home on the same lot. Like this, it don't, are we lot splitting? Are we building 2 full-size homes on a lot? I don't really understand what makes this special ADU targeted, like why is this going to help people build more ADUs? Can someone from staff try and help me kind of grasp that better?
Well, it won't necessarily incentivize more ADUs. What we are trying to incentivize or think of are incentives to have someone deed restrict this ADU they're building to be affordable. And so in this case, it would be concept of just additional square footage of that ADU being an incentive that that property owner finds appealing
So
in
we don't,
exchange for deed restriction.
thank you. Okay, so we don't think this will incentivize more ADUs to be built. We do think this will reduce the cost of an ADU by making it larger.
I don't think we're arguing that it would reduce the cost to develop the ADU.
Right, but to rent it.
Well, it's not reducing the cost to rent it. It's that the owner is choosing to volunteer for a program to say, I will restrict the rents I can charge for this unit because I can build a larger unit. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I'm not seeing how it will work. And I'm just thinking back to one of our public commenters was talking about, you know, focusing on reducing barriers and reducing costs and flexibility. And to me, this proposal doesn't do that. It does something slightly different. And I don't think it's going to be more affordable. I do think it's going to cost more to build. And I'm not sure if I were a property owner with enough land to build another home on my lot like that, as described here, I'm trying to understand that connection. What would incentivize me to do this based on this proposal? And it's not connecting for me. So I like the concept. I just don't understand why this policy is needed to achieve our goals. I think that it would cost more. It would take up more of the space. It's not connecting for me. So I'm still struggling and not totally on board with this yet.
I think the overall for all of these policy ideas, a way to think about it is what would be that trade-off where the homeowner says, I'm going to have a bit less control over my tenant who can live there. And depending on the way that the program is administered, they could have far less control over who is living there. What will be the value that I'm getting that would make me want to participate in that program? And so this value would be 200 square feet of additional building that they may say, well, in the future, when I'm no longer deed restricted, that value is still there and that's important and incentivizing. Or again, combined with the other incentives that the PTC may recommend, does that create a package that creates enough value for there to be that exchange of restriction for the value created? So certainly these may not be enough or may not connect and may not hit that target. That's certainly true, but that's kind of the overall framework we were trying to understand. What could we think of that might create that value for the property owner?
That's really helpful. Thank you. And it helps me also specify what my concern is. As a homeowner, I'm looking at, in exchange for giving up 200 more square feet of my yard, I get to charge less. It doesn't add up. And I think that's the disconnect. And you know, we may have individuals who would be cool with that and excited about that, you know, particularly housing advocates and things like that. But like if you're taking the average homeowner, this one doesn't add up for me. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you so much for clarifying.
Other commissioners? Well, I'm waiting for hands. So here's how I do the math that in my mind, makes it add up. Today, I can build 1,000 square foot, 2-bedroom ADU. But I can't build a 1,200 square foot, 3-bedroom ADU. But if the council were to adopt this incentive, then I could choose, and this is really where another one of our items, the length of duration of the deed restriction, is really critical. So let me just say, hypothetically, if that were 10 years, I can say to myself, all right, I'm going to build 1,200 square feet. I'm going to deed restrict it to be affordable for 10 years because I know that in the 11th year, when it comes out of the deed restriction, I now have a 12,000 square foot, 3-bedroom home ADU that I can rent at market rent. And that will be more valuable. It will bring me more rent than the 2-bedroom, 1,000 square foot. And then it's just a matter of math. If I think that in the years to come after that, I will make up for the lost rent that I didn't get accepting below market rent for the first 10 years. So to me, that I like this idea because I'm willing to give homeowners the option, the ability to do that math. And if it works for them, great. We get an affordable unit for 10 years or whatever time period the council decides. Commissioner Templeton, I see your hand up again.
If you will indulge me in a little bit of discussion on that, I'm curious, like, I guess my sticking point here is, why is it still an ADU when it's the size of the whole house?
So
Why do ADU laws apply?
yeah, so part of what might help distinguish is, part of it is, and Mr. Yang can jump in if I get this wrong. It's dangerous when I try to be a land use lawyer. But part of what I understand the distinction is, our zoning, let's say it's an RH1 lot, only allows one house. So what makes it accessory is kind of how we have essentially through the legislature in the state of California move from RH1 zoning everywhere to allowing accessory units under certain conditions with certain parameters that are different from the restrictions we would have on either our local code would require for an RH2. So RH2, we would have certain requirements, setbacks, et cetera. And ADUs are exempt from that in large part because of state law that has kind of said, and also you can do these accessory uses. So that's what makes it accessory, is the way that it's defined. Certainly we could have RH2 and allow 2 homes and say they can be this many square feet and thus and so. That would be a way to create more housing. But in this particular case, it's imagining a lot, and obviously it could be on other lots are allowed to do ADUs. So I don't want to suggest that ADUs are only allowed on RH1. But that's a predominant land use for residential zoning in Palo Alto. So Mr. Yang, I don't know if you'd add anything to that to distinguish kind of a standard dwelling unit from an accessory dwelling unit, how we might envision that.
No, I think I would just say, I think the question is a good one. And I think the policy that we are seeing from the state legislature is to, allow a second dwelling unit that could be, in some cases we can't say that we can't limit it to less than 1,000 square feet under state law. And we also can't allow it to be more than 1,200 square feet under state law. But you could, as some commissioners have commented, we have small homes in some areas of Palo Alto, and 1,000 square feet is larger than some of those, and 1,200 square feet could be larger. But this is the policy that's set forth in state law, that these have to be allowed.
And at least under current state law and our local laws we've adopted, these can't be sold separately. There's other restrictions that would be different. They can't become a condo, for example. So there's different restrictions here than would apply to other multifamily dwellings that are, again, why is it not just a house that homes would have access to and rights to?
Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, I still feel really uncomfortable with this differentiation in name only. It's very perplexing to me. I think, I would be concerned about potential for loopholes in this, and and potentially, yeah, I think it could cause some concerns, I think, among neighbors, if these start to get at 1,200 square feet. Okay, that's fine. What if we go to 1,500? What if we go to 3,000? It's there is a line drawing thing going on here, and the line currently is at 1,000 square feet. I don't know what the motivation is, and I can see, thinking about to our public speaker tonight who wants flexibility, this may be a way to allow flexibility. We can't guarantee everybody would always go up to 1,200, but maybe they need 1,050 or something like that. And that flexibility would allow it to work in their property. So I can understand it from that perspective, but I do feel like, I can see some scenarios where this is indistinguishable in practice from having a second home on the property. And if that's not how things are zoned overtly, is this a way, to work around it? And if it is, then we need to be a little bit more direct about that and fair to be able to apply this equally. And I think that's where the lot size starts to come in, and it gets complicated. So I'm just concerned about this one, that there's some unanticipated consequences lurking around the corner. Thanks.
Mr. Suma.
Thank you. Just a question for staff first, and then I'll make an observation. I forget, honestly, if we still require the property owner to live in one of the units, either the primary unit or the accessory one, or whether we did away with that requirement.
The owner occupancy requirement was eliminated through the state legislation.
Okay, I couldn't remember. Thank you for that. Yeah. And to that end, I do think this sort of is beginning to feel, to address Commissioner Templeton's comments, so if we did this and we also let basements not be counted and extend beyond the footprint, I mean, it's how all these things could work together. So you're looking, again, I think, at maybe encouraging development that impacts neighbors with regards to parking and all the other things I've mentioned and other commissioners have mentioned, that will be maybe more desirable to developers rather than people in the community, and will end up serving them better. And it also is very complicated with the deed restriction times and the length of the deed restriction, and also the AMI. Once you get to 100 AMI, you're basically at market rate. So I share Commissioner Templeton's concerns about this.
Let me ask staff, is that correct? 100% of AMI is market rent?
I would need to look at the table to see what the rents are and compare that with the market rate rents, but it is common that it could be. This is the AMI table, it's not the rent though, but thank you, Garrett. So it can give you a sense of the household income based on its size. We'd have to compare that to the rents that are established. Generally, it's about 140 to 150% of AMI is the market rate rent.
So I guess I have a question for Mr. Yang. I want to check my memory on this. First of all, the 1,200 square foot figure is not a figure that staff invented as a possibility here, but rather I think that figure finds its origin in state law. I thought I heard Mr. Yang say a few minutes ago that state law caps, basically the definition of an ADU is a structure that is 1,200 square feet or smaller. And Mr. Yang, my memory is that, and I don't remember which bill it was, but a few years ago, in one of the earlier state laws that said, okay, cities, if you don't have a regulation in place, these are the rules that apply. And one of those rules was the ADU could be up to 1,200 square feet. And that by adopting its ordinance, Palo Alto was able to set a maximum that was lower than the default maximum set in state law. Am I remembering that accurately?
Yeah, that's all correct. For detached ADUs, the state law gives cities kind of a small window in which to work, and we can set our limit between 1,000 and 1,200 square feet for a 2-bedroom detached ADU. For attached ADUs, it's a little bit different. It's 50% of the primary residence is the maximum size. And then for a 1-bedroom detached, it's a little bit lower than 1,000, but 1,200 is the kind of the ceiling that state law placed for detached ADUs. And it is also the default rule if we don't adopt our own regulation.
All right, more commission comments on this item, or are we ready to move to a break and then come back to talk about reduced setbacks? I don't see any hands. It's 8:10, so let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 8:20. Thanks. All right, we are back from break, and let me call on Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Had a snack during the break and was trying to think of how to express my concerns more concretely so that we might be able to do something about it. Because, I hear the other commissioners saying it has potential. I'm thinking particularly about my experience living in Ventura and, my neighbor's property was a 850 square foot house. Mine was 1,100 square foot. If we build these 1,200 square foot ADUs on the property, they'll be bigger than the main home. This is also a kind of a very entry level neighborhood. And there are a couple of others sprinkled around town. Commissioner Suma mentioned College Terrace has some smaller homes. I just feel like we're always running the risk of overdeveloping in these areas. And by overdeveloping, I don't mean finding creative ways to have higher density housing and things that would be environmentally sound, but I'm thinking about things that would allow things that might not be for the best interest of the neighborhood to happen. So that might, for example, be having a de facto R2 zone instead of actually zoning it that way. So that's where I'm getting concerned. And one of the speakers, I think it was Mr. Sauls, said something like, there are certain ADUs that can be tied to the size of the home and proportionate to the other properties, other buildings on the property. Maybe that's a direction we could go that I would get on board with. But I just want to make sure we're not taking advantage of the lower income communities and doing our development there, because some of these things are clearly going to happen due to the nature of the lots, right? You have smaller homes on a standard lot. You're going to see this kind of development particularly focused on that area. So I want to make sure that we're being thoughtful and intentional with our choices here and understanding the consequences in that way. So that's where I'm coming from. Thanks for giving me that opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Commissioner. And while I was having a fruit popsicle over the break, it occurred to me that if we're going to talk about tying this possible 200 square foot bonus square footage, if we want to call that, to some notion of lot size, there was a reference earlier to standard size lots. And what occurred to me was, I would understand that if in my neighborhood, it's 6,000 square foot lots. So if somebody has something that's less than 6,000, maybe it's not appropriate. But on the other hand, in other areas of town, the lot sizes are 10,000 square foot minimum. I think around the school, Castellea, thank you. They're 10,000, right? And so if I have a 9,000 square foot lot, which would be substandard, there's still a lot more room to build on than my 6,000 square foot lot, which is standard. So I think if we want to impose a size limit, we should maybe think about a parcel size limit rather than the standard versus substandard. Commissioner Suma.
Yeah, and another thing I was thinking about, but I didn't enjoy a fruity popsicle on my break, was this doesn't preclude other accessory buildings. So you can have other accessory buildings, pool houses and sheds, ones that don't provide sleeping space, traditional accessory buildings. So I am concerned a bit. And when I said when you get to a 100% AMI, your market rate really has a lot of variation in it depending on how nice the unit is. I mean, there's a lot of kind of less older housing stock that is a lot less expensive per square foot than a newer build would be. And just in general, I feel like none of us are very convinced about these being strong incentives. And I kind of worry, I mean, especially in my neighborhood, there are a whole lot of legally non-conforming ADUs and people renting out rooms in their homes, converted garages. And it's just the nature of my neighborhood, maybe more than some, its proximity to Stanford. And I really worry that people who are either need to rent a portion of their property for income reasons, or would like to do it for just philanthropic, or the company even, some older people or single people might like having a second person. I worry that this isn't going to be very attractive to a lot of those, this won't incentivize those people. So I just kind of wonder how these are really going to work as incentives to get below market rate housing in a meaningful way, just in general. So I just thought I'd add that.
All right, let's move to the next subtopic, which I think is reduced setbacks. Mr. Sauls.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right. So this topic, as the chair was just talking about, is about potentially allowing for reduced setbacks. So the current regulations are that an ADU must follow at a minimum a 4-foot side or rear yard setback for a detached ADU. In some instances, attached ADUs may also be able to have a 4-foot side setback as well. Otherwise, if they fall underneath the Table 1 project in our ordinance, they would be required to follow the same setbacks as the house. What is the policy consideration in front of the PTC tonight would be potentially considering reduced setbacks beyond that 4-foot requirement, where the city might be able to impose more stringent or specific design criteria to organize or shape what that structure would look like within that area. So we have in the staff report, examples of requiring either some predetermined height and daylight plane to be met for areas of construction within those setbacks, or even establishing something based off of a roof pitch, where within that kind of, if PTC was willing to entertain it, either a 0 to 4 setback, or 1 or 2 or 3 foot setback from the property line, there could be a space with which the unit can be no greater than this predetermined height or dimension. And so again, this policy consideration was brought around how are we going to be able to try to incentivize homeowners to develop a unit that's affordable, and try to play off of the ideas of, well, many homeowners want to utilize their backyard as much as they can, and by being able to push some sort of structure closer towards that portion while maintaining separation or distance, if PTC wanted to require that, say 2 feet at a minimum of separation, that may help to offset that space in terms of what they might be able to retain for their own yard space. So again, trying to think about what are some things that we commonly receive as issues from the public that they're trying to mitigate with their designs, and trying to utilize that maybe as a potential incentive in combination with all the other ones that we've discussed tonight already, might be that strong enough pull to get someone to do something like this.
Questions or initial comments? Commissioner Chang.
I'll make this one my lightning round. I am a lot less interested in this one. This is not very appealing to me, because whereas the last one was talking about a property owner making decisions about their own property, when we start encroaching into setbacks, now of course, I would rather affect my neighbor's privacy than my own. And so I think that this is one that, like Chair Heckman mentioned before, this one is one that would cause some amount of alarm, I think. And so I don't find this one appealing. Thank you.
Mr. Suma.
Thank you. I have a question for staff, and that is, accessory buildings were allowed to have 0 setback, basically. Does the California Building Code, which we adopt and then add to, have any minimum side setback for buildings that have people are residing in? And
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead, thank you.
Yeah, so the building code typically requires fire separation, in terms of when something is closer to or further away from a property line. So rather than saying specifically that it has to be a minimum 6 or 7 feet away from a property line, it would maybe require a greater or more intensive amount of fire separation, or 1-3 hour wall rating in terms of how long that would be burning before something may have some other launch over from that structure. So rather than saying specifically that it needs to be a certain distance away, case in point, like you're highlighting for like a detached accessory structure like a garage or pool house, those can be at or adjacent to the property line, and in those instances building would say, sure, put in this kind of fire rating, so that if the structure does ignite, there would be some time for emergency services to arrive before it spilled over.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we would have to require additional fire rating standards for properties that were on adjacent to property lines, if they're adjacent to another structure. Is that?
I think it's so much that we would require, as much as the building code already accounts for that by requiring different levels of fire rating when structures are at or near to property lines. So
Okay.
It's already built in. We wouldn't need to take any further action to have that be part of our regulations.
Okay, so we wouldn't need to add that in because it's already there, and these structures, since they're basically housing people, would be held to the same standards as the primary structure. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, that helps. That clarification helps. And then I think I agree with Commissioner Chang. This one isn't particularly appealing to me because I think it affects neighbors. I think it could reduce the amount of, I think we touched on this at our last meeting, but the maintenance, how you can maintain the sides of your buildings if they're up against the property line, which is already a problem for accessory buildings like garages. And also that is an area where typically we see trees and hedges planted for privacy, and that could be affected. And I I think that protection for trees is a general concern of mine in this area. And I will note that I was reviewing, because it's going to go to council when council comes back after their hiatus, the tree ordinance, basically, which had been drafted some years ago and kind of is just coming back now. And they do that, the draft of that new tree ordinance, which council will be looking at in August, I think, or it goes to policy and services in August, specifically states you can't remove a protected tree solely for the purpose of an accessory unit or an ADU. So once again, I'm kind of concerned that all our laws are, you know, aligning with one another. But in general, I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's too impactful on the surrounding properties as and neighbors, as Commissioner Chang said. Thanks.
Other commissioners? Let me ask a question while I'm waiting for, oh, there's Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to think of some scenarios where this would be potentially useful. And I'm glad Commissioner Suma brought up the other types of structures question, because in that home in Ventura, our garage is directly on the property line, and that could be potentially converted into an ADU. But if you had to move it 4 feet in order to do that, it's unlikely that the owner would do that. So, I mean, maybe, is that the kind of scenario that you're thinking about, staff? Is that?
Yeah, I mean, the issue, I guess, is more so that rather than for conversions like you were just talking about, which can be converted in place and not have to be moved, if someone were building a new detached structure or potentially even doing an addition to an existing, what would be then considered non-conforming conversion, in addition to that structure, that instead of following a 4-foot setback, we may say something as you'd be able to allow, we would allow for the addition to be at a 2-foot setback, and the area between 2 feet and 4 feet would have greater height restrictions or daylight plane restrictions that it would need to meet.
Yeah, I mean, I think in situations like that, it would be okay for something that was never there before. I would feel similar to Commissioner Chang's comments. But if you were expanding or somehow working with a structure that was already on the 0 lot line, then I could see how this would be useful. So just throwing that out there in case other commissioners are interested in somehow adjusting this in this proposal in such a way that would allow it where it's already an issue and doesn't infringe upon neighbors. Maybe that's a way we could go forward with this one. Thanks.
I'll ask a question. Okay, Commissioner Lowing.
So an existing garage that's on a lot line can be converted anyway, and it's sort of grandfathered in, right? So that's not, yeah, so that's not a concern. In general,
Lowing,
yeah,
were you asking me or staff?
a staff.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
happy to ask you too.
Well, I think staff just answered my question. He was saying if you expand a building, instead of just converting an existing structure, if you added to that to make it larger than the 1-car garage or whatever it was, then these things start to kick in. That's what he said. So you can't keep the 0 lot line in that case.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, people already commented on this. I think it really is a pushing the privacy issue to the neighbors, which I think is a very high concern. As I read this, you could have, you know, walls of 2 ADUs in adjoining yards kind of touching each other. And as you guys point out in your staff report, you know, you could go down to 0 setback, no vegetation, no pass through there. So it just seems like a bridge too far, to use that phrase. That's all.
commissioners? All right, let me ask staff a question. Right now, I can build an ordinance, per our ordinance, I can build an ADU 4 feet from the property line. What are the height limitations for that ADU that's 4 feet from the property line? And do they change as I get farther away from the property line?
They do not change, and the maximum height is 16 feet.
All right, so I guess my initial thoughts are, I don't think there's anything magical about 4 feet. One of the items we talked about in our last meeting when we were talking about this is these non-conforming structures and whether we want to let them flex by 6 inches on each side. I do think that we could, again, as an incentive, go from 4 feet down to 3 feet. That is still wide enough for vegetation. It's still wide enough for a pass through, a sidewalk. And maybe we could, in exchange for that, have limitations related to the maximum height, which we've just heard is 16 feet, or to those first floor windows. And so that way we give these ADU builders sort of a choice. Maybe for their particular yard, it's better for them to be 3 feet than 4 feet. And maybe in exchange for that, they'd be willing to, step back the roof so that, that first foot or so is only 14 feet tall. So it's actually less impactful in terms of height than the 16 foot from that's 4 feet away. So again, and we've had a couple of the commissioners reference the member of the public who talked about building in flexibility. And so I think that's something we could do here without, if we don't invade the setback too much, give people a little more flexibility to design what's best for the property, taking into account the privacy issues that might be created by moving a foot closer. So Commissioner Lowing, your hand is up. Is it still up, or is it up anew?
It was up, but I want to be up anew.
Okay.
To address that. So the net change in your sort of counter proposal here is the owner would get an incentive of 1 more foot of yard as opposed to 4 more feet of yard, right? So
Yeah.
Again, I think the math is good. I think the creativity is good, but we're trying to create sort of key incentives here. And I just don't know how a foot of the yard, does that, particularly if they have to go and, make a lot of corrections at the top. So, and the flexibility that was called for, I think we can have in a number of areas, but most of Jessica's comments were about ADUs in general and how to get those put up, which I still think is the bigger opportunity here for us to kind of be pushing forward. So it doesn't feel to me like that changes the game plan to allow somebody to save only 1 foot. And I'm really appreciative of staff talking about where this idea came from, of people saying, can I somehow push the ADUs back so I can use more of my yard, which is by definition a trade-off for the homeowner. But I just don't see that one foot is going to get us there. Thank you.
Any other commission discussion on this item? All right, let's move to exemptions from impact fees.
All right, so this policy proposal is fairly straightforward. Currently, our ADUs that are less than 750 square feet are exempt from being charged development impact fees. That's the new state law requirement. JDUs are fully exempt from impact fees, and any ADU that's larger, that's 750 square feet or larger, pay impact fees based on its relationship to the size of the house. So in the example we had discussed earlier, if we had a primary home that was 1,200 square feet and someone built a 1,200 square foot ADU, that relationship would be a one-to-one, meaning they'd pay the same amount of development impact fees for that new unit as the primary home would be charged today, which could be between $20,000 and $30,000. If an ADU was half that size, 50%, you could do quickly the math that it may be more $10,000 to $15,000 what they would be paying in terms of the development impact fees. If we were to encourage affordable units, we could simply say that all units that are following this, all sized ADU units that are following this affordability program, whether it's 750 or 900 or 1,000, or if we decided to allow up to 1,200 square feet, could be exempt from paying development impact fees, which, as I just suggested, could be a very significant reduction in cost that would otherwise be charged to the applicant. And to play on, I'm not hearing anybody else, but just to play on this right-hand side, bottom right column, this was, in discussion with, the potential for allowing an additional unit, which it sounds like the PTC is not necessarily supportive of. But if there were an additional unit provided, there could be discussion on whether those are charged impact fees or not as well. But as always, this policy came to light as, a discussion with members of the public and the task force about what are the constraints that homeowners are constantly dealing with when it comes to developing ADUs, and cost is, a number one issue for everybody about anything and any project. So if we are able to reduce that cost, as has already been dictated to us by the state to a certain extent, that on one hand incentivizes larger units, which again could potentially be used for families, as the PTC has discussed tonight, while also kind of doing that trade-off of getting a larger unit in the future, getting potentially more income from that as the homeowner.
Questions of staff before we go to the lightning round. So let me ask one. So you've explained to us the rough cost of what the impact fees could be. Mr. Sauls, what are the permit fees? In other words, to make the application to build the ADU, I'm paying certain city fees, and then one of the conditions of approval is the payment of an impact fee. Can you ballpark for me what those city fees are for the processing of the application?
Not really, no. And that's because it's dependent on square footage. So that will really kind of draw or drive how much that's going to be charging. We did have preliminary discussions about considerations on waiving project review fees, and staff is not supportive really of doing something like that. The fees we charge currently are offset by large development projects, and any small projects like these are not really recouped to an appropriate stance, to an appropriate level that it fully funds our positions. And if we were to exempt or waive other sort of plan review fees, that cost would be borne somewhere else. It would not be free. So that would be, through some other sort of general fund program that would effectively most likely be put off onto homeowners and property owners in the city anyway.
Yeah, so just to clarify what Mr. Saul said, I think in terms there's the plan review fees, and then there are the impact fees. And so impact fees, of course, help to pay for parks and libraries and other items that would need to be expanded in the city due to increased population or demand for services due to new development. And then there are plan review fees, which pay for the services of the staff to review the plans, inspect construction projects, et cetera. And so if those fees were waived, the cost does not go away. Like similar with impact fees, even if impact fees are waived, the demand for those services does not go away. And so it ultimately will have to be paid from somewhere. And so with the plan review fees, there's a more direct relationship between the staffing and the plans. And so the council would ultimately have to identify where those funds would come from to pay for the staff hours for the review. And likewise with impact fees in the future, our libraries, schools, et cetera, would have to figure out how to find funds to construct new facilities.
Understood. I want to come back to the number though. And it sounds from Mr. Saul's like the plan review fees are dependent on the size of the structure. So the largest ADU I can build right now is 1,000 square feet. Ballpark for me what the plan review fees. Is that $10,000? Is it $20,000? I'm just looking for a general sense here.
I don't have that number for you. That fee is assessed by the building department. So unfortunately, I'm not too much involved on that fee right there.
Andrew, any idea?
I would not hazard a guess at that, unfortunately. Although I do think that we streamlined our ADU fees, so I can look into see if we have that.
Okay. All right. Good enough. Thank you. All right. Lightning round. Commissioner Chang.
So my concern is exactly what Mr. Saul's outlined with respect to staff not being in favor of waiving plan review fees. I mean, the costs don't go away. And by not covering those fees, somehow we're creating a problem for the future, right? There's no free lunch here. So this is a question of whether we as a city want to subsidize affordable housing, which I think is a very reasonable question. So I would be in favor of doing this were we budgeting for it. So if I were to recommend this suggestion to council, I would also recommend that council create a budget for it. In other words, I'm making up numbers. We're going to set aside $1 million, and every time we waive either plan review fees or development impact fees, because if we have a budget for it, there's no reason why we shouldn't also waive plan review fees if we're trying to create an incentive, right? So if we were to say, here's $1 million to set aside, and we'll do it until that million is spent, right? So that city council's budgeting for it and planning for it, and you draw down that account the same way, when there's rebates for an appliance, you do that until that fund is gone. And then at that point, city council could decide to re-up. So I would be in favor if we're not creating like a limitless problem, because we don't really know, there's no data on how many people would take advantage of this, what the shortfall would be. What I would hate to see is that this is such a wonderful incentive that then we've got hundreds of ADUs going up. I mean, that would be fantastic. We have had 100 affordable ADUs going up. But what we don't want is then there to be a negative staff impact if we're waiving plan review fees, or a negative parks and library impact because we're waiving impact fees. So I would be in favor of it only if we budgeted it. This seems like a very reasonable incentive that doesn't have many of the undesirable unforeseen effects that many of the other proposals might have, but we need to plan for it, is what I would say. That's it.
Mr. Suma.
Thank you. I agree with Commissioner Chang entirely. And in a sense, the city does have a housing fund. I think it's about dried up right now. I think the last monies in it went to support the Wilton, or there's a little bit left, but I think it's promised to the county project, and we went to Wilton Court. So if the council want to build that into their budget ideas, and that housing fund is created from impact fees from commercial construction also. And I know that the council is having some conversation sometime soon about raising those fees. So that or maybe a business tax, if we get to the point where there'd be an appropriate business tax, could contribute to this. But I don't think you can, the cost, as Assistant Director Tanner said, and as Mr. Saul said, the cost doesn't go away because you're not charging it. It just adds up as debt. So I agree with Commissioner Chang, and I did want to ask when the period for the deed restriction is over, then would they be charged impact fees?
No, I don't think that that's the anticipation. I think the idea is more so that it would simply be waived for the life of the project.
Mm-hmm.
And then to just share a little bit, I believe in the staff report for the February meetings, we did kind of get a ballpark idea as to how much impact fees we had taken in since 2017. And I believe in the years from 2017 to 2018 or 19, the development impact fees from ADU development had come to about $1 million or so. So overall, it is a substantial amount that could be, that now over time can be lost as a result of updated legislation at the state level. That obviously is out of our control at the moment, but that is something that could be could have a cumulative impact on this.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. And this would be wonderful if we could do it without creating a deficit in the budget. So if the council would consider how to do that, because that's really not our purview, then I think this is one that really could incentivize people. So thank you.
Yeah, there is definitely some appeal here. I'm always sensitive to in the city saying, well, we don't really need these development fees. It's soft money and so on. It's not soft money. It puts up infrastructure, and more people in town need more infrastructure. But I do think that the city has to participate in funding affordable housing. And this would be a very direct way to do it. And I think that it's very simple for the applicant and the architect and so on to understand what the incentive is. And it's big enough in terms of dollars that it gets your attention. So I think we should try to work with this. And it would be easy to go ahead and, if we move this one to council, said, this needs funding and it's about this much. If you give 100% away, it costs you $1 million a year. But don't even have to do that. You can calculate what the fee is going to be based on the formula they gave us for over 750 square foot ADUs, and council could decide on half of that is waived. I mean, there's ways. I just think it needs to be big enough to get people's attention. So, but whether it's half or 2/3 or the whole thing, that's almost like a detail that can be worked out. But I think that council has to step up to fund affordable housing, and this is a very direct way to do it. And we'll get some yeses or nos based on the number, which will tell us something in terms of our data gathering pretty quickly. Thanks.
Commissioner Chang, I can't remember. Would this be your second round or first?
This would be the second round. I just have a follow-up question based on something, if it's okay to ask that. So for Mr. Sauls, I think Commissioner Suma had asked the question about whether development fees would be permanently waived. Am I understanding correctly that the development fees are a one-time fee assessed at the time of construction? So it's not like if we waive it, they're permanently waived because they're only charged once. Is that correct?
That's correct. And it's assessed prior to building permit issuance, just for the sake of being able to collect that in an appropriate time manner before people could begin construction.
All right. Commissioner Lowy, I think your hand is just still up. All right. I will weigh in. Every planning commissioner says that they support and want to promote more affordable housing. Every city council member says that they want to support and promote more affordable housing. I think this item, more than any other item of these incentives, really asks the question, is the city of Palo Alto willing to put its money where its mouth is, or is this just lip service to an ideal? In 2017, city of Palo Alto joined with two other governmental entities and paid $40 million for the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park. There are 117 units at the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park. So that is $342,000 per unit that was paid in 2017. Now, what we're talking about here, if you're just talking about the impact fees, is it sounds like at most something in the $20,000 to $30,000 range. And that's only if you build your ADU the same size as your home. So most of the time that won't be the case. But even if we take that $30,000, and I think we add to that the plan review fees. Can't get a number from that, but I'm going to say it's 20,000. Just to have a number, that's $50,000 worth of fees, which is 1/7 of what we've been paying for units. So if the city could pay $50,000 for another deed restricted affordable unit, I say we do it. I agree with Commissioner Lowing that the city has to step up and start to contribute. And I don't remember when the city paid that $14 million in 2017 that it resulted in slashing staff. It's a budgeting issue. And this city, I think, if it's serious about getting more affordable housing, it needs to budget for it. And if that means that they're going to cap it, so, you know, we've got whatever, $2 million a year, which will pay for the first 40 ADUs that, you know, pull building permits, deed restricted, get this, you know, I can live with that. But this idea that we're going to, you know, ask these people to limit the amount of money that they can get, but not kick in to soften the blow, doesn't make sense to me. Commissioner Chang.
I just wanted to respond to one piece of what you said. So I completely agree with what you said, Chair Heckman. The one nuance there, I think, is that my understanding is Buena Vista, those are, I believe, kind of deed restricted for, I don't know how long, but a very long time. So I think that the devil's in the details, and as long as this is budgeted for and that we can come up with a reasonable deed restriction amount. I mean, I don't know how to put the value on it, but we can probably do some analysis, right, to figure out like how much is the BMR rate, how much lower is it than the market rate, and then kind of just figure out, well, then how many years should we be deed restricting based on the benefit that the landlord is getting and the cost in terms of reduced rent, and figure it out that way.
Mr. Templeton.
Thank you. I realized I haven't chimed in on this one yet. You know, I'm not sure that it's on us to do those calculations. You know, new housing, especially new affordable housing, adds value for the city in its own right. So I think this is a very easy one for me to support. Thank you.
Other commissioner comments? All right. Let's move on to expedited review.
Okay, so this one, like the last one, is fairly straightforward. Currently, our building permit review process for most applications require at least a 30-day review period. For ADUs, that has been reduced more recently to a 14-day review period, which is consistent with what would have been a resubmittal timeframe for staff to review the project underneath the previous guidelines. So currently, what it is established at is we can do when a project for an ADU or JDU is submitted to staff for review, we have 14 days, calendar days, to review that project and provide comments on it. And any resubmittal following that would follow a 7-day review timeframe. If we were trying to encourage affordable units, we could seek or the PTC could direct staff to investigate having an even shorter timeframe for review. The purpose isn't to try to ignore or push through a project for the simple sake of pushing it through. Staff would certainly provide its due diligence to confirm that all relevant code sections, building, fire, planning code, or zoning code, would be consistent with what is being proposed. It would simply reprioritize what these projects are, or give another leg behind the priority for this type of a project, in which case we may be able to consider providing a 7-day review of these types of affordable units with something like a 3-day review time frame for turnaround. Obviously, this doesn't happen in a vacuum, in which case it would result in a shifting of staff priorities when these types of projects come in. And because this is such a new concept, it's unclear how much of an impact that may have. But as what we hear again for the public and architects and contractors who come to submit projects for us for anything, time is money. And one other way that we might be able to address this might be, reducing the amount of time that is within our staff review. I know that there's been pushes for trying to do these types of projects as an over-the-counter type review. And I think that maybe in the future, when there's a greater kind of staff infrastructure to accommodate something like that, it may be possible, but it's likely that there's going to be an amount of documentation that needs to be provided in advance or would need to be communicated to the applicant, such as the confirmation of the tenant who's going to be moving in there, the income certification of that tenant, of the tenant moving in there, that we may need to consider having that documentation in advance of issuing the permit, or that would most likely be the case, because right now we don't have the ability to provide a condition of approval for a building permit type of project, where we might have that for a planning application. So there's a bit of nuance on kind of the back end of how, once the review is provided, making sure that the applicant gets the individual income certified, and that can add some time to the project. But when it is within staff's hands to review that, our purpose would be to ensure that it is a very much more streamlined or intensive time for us to be reviewing that project in a shorter window.
Saul's the box on the bottom left. It looks like that's something that staff is looking into for all ADUs and JADUs. Am I reading that right? You're not looking at that just for affordable ADU, JADUs.
Yeah, so sorry, thank you for pointing that out. That is an error. This slide didn't look like it got updated in the last review, but it's been my understanding, and Rachel, I think you've been working with the chief building official about new processing times for permits, but my understanding is that we have reduced the previous review time for ADU and JDUs from 30 days on the initial submittal to 14 days. And so what this policy proposal would do would be to direct staff to investigate an even shorter time frame for affordable units.
That's correct.
Right. Thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Suma.
Thanks, and congratulations to staff for reducing the time frame from 30 to 14 days. That's good. I just had a question, Mr. Sauls. I believe you said to really make this faster, the certification process would have to take place before the building permit process. Did I understand that correctly?
It would certainly be ideal. From our conversations with Alta Housing, it can take, in a worst case scenario, somewhere between 30 to 60 days to get that certification of the individual. And so obviously, if we try to think of the whole window of when a project is being reviewed and from submittal to approval, if we do that step in advance of the submittal, then that just saves time once it's actually in our hands and we're doing that more specific, is the setback matching this or is the height matching that kind of review. But it's likely that many applicants, based on experience from what I had reviewing ADUs for just requiring the deed restriction, oftentimes homeowners left that as the last item. And so that could just that alone before, when we had that requirement, could have added some time to the project before we could issue the permit. So it's possible that it may, not change that relationship, but, staff would certainly be more assertive and more forward about making sure that that time frame is recognized by the applicant if they don't have that documentation ready on day one.
And so does staff think that 7 days versus 1 week is going to make a huge difference to applicants? I mean, 14 days seems pretty fast. I mean, you can only do it as fast as you have staff to do it. It has to go to each different department. And so when you say 3-day review of resubmittals, that means if something was incorrectly submitted or insufficient or incomplete, they resubmit it back to you, and then you'll try to get it back to them in 3 days?
That's correct. And to your first point, like I said earlier, a lot of applicants, I wouldn't say complain, but certainly highlight the time frame as being a very critical part to their approval or their construction and their whole, window for developing anything on a property. And so, even if it's cut by a week, I can imagine that applicants would be much more supportive of that than saying, well, we'll drop it from 14 days to 12 days, for example. I think that shorter window they'd be more appreciative of than in terms of getting a response from the city, rather than just saying 7 days is better than 14. I think the purpose is that once they give something to us, their hope is that we give something back to them sooner rather than later. And so if we can do that in a more recognized, organized fashion, that is clearly highlighted as a staff priority, then I think that's the benefit that we're trying to provide, while we can't necessarily provide that as an over-the-counter type process, which some may prefer instead.
Okay, thank you for that. It seems to me like staff is going to do this as fast as they can anyway, because that's what they're there to do, process these. So, but if it gives staff more of an incentive to work on it quickly, there's no downside to doing something more efficiently. I guess that's the way I'd put it. Thanks.
Commissioner Templeton, followed by Commissioner Lowing.
Thanks. I agree. I feel like this is something staff doesn't need us to weigh in on. Becoming a more efficient organization is a great idea. I guess I'm wondering, what's blocking you? Why are you not able to pursue this without our recommendation?
Yeah.
Not that we're not able to pursue streamlining without the PTC's recommendation. It's just whether or not this would be an incentive that we would create as a policy, that this faster review is reserved for those who choose to have a deed restricted affordable ADU. It would not be available to any ADU.
So do you have, can we dig in a little bit more on what's blocking you from saying we're going to prioritize affordable? Are you working on a first in, first out process right now, and you don't have a way to bump something to the top?
We don't have a program to have deed restricted affordable ADUs in the city right now. So that this whole discussion is about whether or not we would create such a program. and what would be the incentives that would be part of that program. So this could be an incentive that's part of that program. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, I know that the program doesn't exist. That's why what we're discussing. What I don't understand is how to manage that program is normally up to staff. You know, I think that if you can be more efficient or can prioritize affordable housing items, that would be great. And I'm just wondering how we can help you with that, because it seems like a great idea that you might not necessarily need our input on.
I think the challenge is that we do have more of a first come, first serve process. There's nothing intrinsic to our reviews that say this has this shortened review time, because a lot of them are lumped underneath. Is it a 30-day review? Is it a 14-day review? So it's a bit more non-specific in terms of how something can be lumped under a certain category. And while, you know, the city has highlighted housing as a priority project or as a priority concept or policy, this would kind of work in tandem with that. But I think, you know, on one hand, staff understands that they certainly have the ability to make that decision themselves, but we also want to make sure that we're being forward to you know, express that this is what we would be also trying to do. So it doesn't necessarily seem like this part of the review process is ignored during this whole policy discussion.
Okay. And do you currently, like, do you think that there would be any kind of quality concerns by shortening the turnaround time?
It's always a potential, just given, you know, staff workload or lack thereof of ability to kind of fit something else in. But, you know, staff, even if something may be a day or so late, staff does, you know, a full comprehensive review of the project so that they are making sure that the project complies with all of our codes. The priority would be to realize in the status or workflow that this will come before your new commercial office building that you just got, you know, 20 days ago. That you, even though that might be due in 10 days, you know, that is important, but this housing project is much more important than that.
Would it be possible, rather than specifying the days here, would it be possible and or preferable to just say affordable housing projects have priority?
So we certainly have a preference for affordable housing projects overall, but the scale of projects is different. And so we wouldn't want to say 7-day review for like a Wilton Court thing, because that's a huge redevelopment. That's not the scale of an ADU, for example. So they certainly have priority. I think to Mr. Saul's point, just trying to be specific. And I think that the overall effect, granted, we don't know how many of these we would see, and so the volume would also be a factor, but ultimately as the city creates priorities, it means other things may take longer. And so one of the things we're looking at overall for our review times is just how many things can we have as priorities. That means that other things need to take longer, and we actually need to readjust our commitments to our customers so that they know, like, well, we're prioritizing these things. It's going to jump ahead of yours, even though your application was submitted first, because we have a commitment to getting it done faster. And so that's globally, there could be some reshuffling. I don't know if it would be just because of this particular program, unless we did see a very large volume and we needed to like readjust other reviews because of it.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, to staff. I mean, how many ADU applications do you process a month?
Monthly, I would not know, Garrett, if you have a sense monthly. We do our quarterly counts, and I can see if I can pull up that report again.
Yeah, we don't track it monthly, and it is more so quarterly. From the last report that I had looked at, I think the quarter 3 and 4 2020 showed that we had about 75 or 80 ADUs that came in, or, you know, septic dwelling units came in over the whole year. So, you know, break that down by 4, and so it's, I guess, maybe between
20 a quarter, and then
20 a quarter,
10 or
5
so
to 10
a month. Yeah.
Yeah. So with 5 to 10 a month overall, And if we got really lucky here and got 10% of those to go affordable, you're down to, I don't know, a half a one a month, or it just seems like a de minimis amount to create a whole policy around affordable ADUs. I would rather see you basically just prioritize ADUs because they're affordable along with affordable housing and say those things get prioritized.
We have
And
to
like,
14-day review, because typically our review would be 30 days. And so we've cut that in half. And so this would cut that half for.
well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part. What was 30?
30 days is our standard review. And so we already have prioritized ADUs overall through the 14-day.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm saying that looks good to me. 14 days looks pretty doggone good. And I'm really happy to see this proposal of 3-day review of resubmittals, because I've gotten into discussions with a couple of residents who said, that was really the problem. When it started to come back and there were problems, they weren't saying where the problems were, it just took too long. So I think this is like 1 and 2 on our list here from the last couple of meetings, is that, this should apply to all affordable units. I'm sorry, excuse me, to all ADUs, not just to affordable ADUs, because for one thing, there aren't going to be very many affordable ADUs in terms of staff time and so on. But secondly, I think getting this done in 7 and 3 days for ADUs would be great. And I think I agree with Commissioner Templeton that you guys can just activate that. I don't think this needs ours or a council recommendation. That's all, thanks.
Commissioner Chang.
Yes, what I'm hearing from Mr. Sauls and Assistant Director Tanner is that the applicants have been giving you feedback that having a set time frame would be helpful for their planning. Is that correct?
I think it's
Right.
just a shorter time frame.
Because we
Shorter
have
time frame.
set time frame. So maybe
Right.
one thing that would be helpful is just generally our review times do have set review time periods per the type of application that's being submitted.
Right. So I understand that 14 days is great and 7 days seems, not necessarily that much better, but if it makes, this one's free. I feel like it feels like it's not free and that somebody else is going to be slightly delayed because of it, but because of the volume of ADU projects you're talking about and the volume of affordable ADU projects is even smaller than that. I agree. It's like this de minimis thing, but if it helps the people who are trying to build them by being able to have a very short set time frame, then I would say, why not? And it also does at least make a public statement sort of saying these are the priorities. And if anybody else is complaining, well, the reason why is because your project's not an affordable ADU. So I could go either way on this, but I would say that I would say sort of why not, unless you as staff think that doing so would tie your hands somehow, because it does decrease flexibility, but it doesn't sound like it's decreasing flexibility much either. So I think I could go either way on this one.
I don't think there's any real downside. I think part of why we're bringing it forward as a policy discussion, because it is a policy decision to what to prioritize and how the city wants to use its resources and deploy the staff resources. So if the affordable ADU, like ADUs, is a policy decision that we want to prioritize, we hope there would be limited impact to other projects, but we not knowing, if there were, staff would want to be able to let customers know. Part of the reason is that we need to prioritize certain projects, and so there may be delays to others.
So I think it's my turn. I think this was a more interesting discussion when the incentive was going from 30/14 to 7/3. Now, staff has, and I think it's terrific, has prioritized ADUs. So now the comparison is between 14/7 and 7/3. And for that, I guess I'm going to be protective of staff here and say that the reward is not that great to the development community, but the risk of disappointment is greater. We have a fantastic planning staff, but every one of them that I've met was human. And humans make mistakes as a matter of course, and they make more mistakes when they're under pressure. And a 3-day turnaround on a resubmittal, I've been doing this for 3 decades. That is fast, particularly when you've got a pile of files on your desk that other people are clamoring for. And so I'm concerned that we might, well, what if you don't do the resubmittal in 3 days? What if it takes 5? What is the person who has committed to, take less rent? What do they say about that? Well, the deal's off. And again, there's very little benefit and I think more risk of disappointment or hiccups for just not much gain. So I like Commissioner Lowing's idea that prioritize all ADUs. I think staff's already done that with the 14.7. And so on this one, I'm not so supportive of. Commissioner Lowing, I think you have a ghost hand up. Okay. More discussion on this item, any commissioners? All right. Then we go to the other possibilities, the policy considerations, which we've already discussed the first 2, and we'll go now into the third one.
Yeah. So this third item talks a lot about in the staff report, the process of income verification and the time length of what we can kind of expect that might take. So Alta Housing is the city's BMR administrator. We would look to utilize them again to provide that income certification of potential tenants. And similar to D, so C and D are somewhat intertwined or interconnected in this conversation as to time length as well as how the selection occurs. So the time length that we've heard from Alta Housing is that it can take somewhere between 30 to 60 days to go through the documents that the potential renter provides to do the income certification of the individual. In addition to that, we have discussed in combination with D, what would be potential options. As mentioned earlier by Georgina, Alta Housing's preference is to have a list of pre-qualified tenants that makes it easier to cycle through individuals and put them into different locations. The challenge becomes the homeowner's rights to decide whether they want that individual to live there or not, and how that can cause maybe potentially a tense relationship or a tense interaction as to whether some reason that is provided as to why the homeowner does or doesn't want the individual to be there is justifiable. So these 2 C and D items are fairly interconnected in the conversation.
All right, commissioners. Commissioner Chang.
Question for staff. Does this have to be a one-size-fits-all process? In other words, could we let homeowners choose? You can either pick we can either have somebody off the list, in which case you won't have this delay, or you can pick your own person and there might be a delay. And if that's what you want, that's what you want. Do we have to decide for them?
Yeah, so that's what was highlighted in the staff report as the options available to either direct Alta Housing and staff to establish what would be a pre-qualified list of tenants, or to simply say we're not going to require homeowners to choose from a pre-qualified tenant list, and instead they can provide individuals that they have vetted themselves, for say criminal background history. And then provide that documentation to Alta Housing.
Yeah, I think that to Commissioner Chang, your question though, I don't know that we would need to make a decision that it has to be either way. I mean, I think we could decide to have homeowners choose what path they want to go. I think we'd want to work with Alta if they were to administer the program to understand if they have any prohibition against it. You know, we obviously heard from the representative that for, I think, certain reasons they prefer to have the list that have to do with kind of equitable provision of the housing and kind of in a more sequential, I guess, fashion. But there's no reason that I could see that would require us to choose one way or the other. Certainly it could be simpler or, you know, having one way is clearer, but I don't know why we couldn't have both options.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I guess my thought is that because having somebody live on your property and as your neighbor is such a kind of intensely personal thing, that allowing the choice might make it seem less scary for somebody to have a deed restriction. But that's just my initial thought. I'm not sure I've really thought through all the implications, and certainly I think that it'd be great if we could ask people, right? Or if Alta Housing had input on sort of the feasibility of allowing owner choice. I don't know that I feel like I'm the most equipped to make this decision.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. And maybe this is a question for Ms. Mascarenas, if she's still with us, but so I understand that people wait on the housing list for years and years and years to be assigned. Are we not going to use people? Are we not going to prioritize the next person on the list? I mean, what's the thinking there?
Yeah, I think part of it would depend on what the letter B on this list, what income categories are served and how those categories align with the list that Alta has maintained. And she did state that for the for sale project, I believe that's where she was saying the list is closed. I thought she said every year that something happens with the rental, but maybe both lists are closed. And so I don't know that they couldn't use a list they're already maintaining of income qualified persons as the list that they would supply to potential, you know, ADU owners to rent from.
Yeah, and the income level for the rental units is 30 to 60, I think. So not sure.
I think that would be the difference, would be if we had if 50 to 80, for example, was our low income AMI that was targeted through these units and they didn't have that list prepared, then that would be a new list that Alta would create. I know she's not able to be with us anymore, so I can't say if they do or don't have that list, but to me, that would be the real question, is just whether that aligns with an existing list that they're maintaining.
Okay, and then I don't know, it seems, I agree with Commissioner Chang that a homeowner might like to select themselves. And it also occurs to me that a homeowner might have someone in mind that's not a family member who already works, a caretaker for children or adults who already works with their family that they might want to make this arrangement for. And so I think it would be good to have flexibility for the homeowner in this situation. So are we just talking, I'm sorry, Chair, are we just talking about C and D right now?
Yes,
Okay.
we're lumping those together.
Okay. So yeah, those are my main, those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Lowing.
Yeah, I think the critical piece here, as I get a feel of this, is to have sort of third-party verification of the income, because that's a way that the city can be comfortable particularly for financing affordable housing, that we know what's really happening there. And then we also know if there's some violation, and we can take appropriate action in that regard. That violation being obviously either the person jumps in income or the landlord said, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to go back to market rate. Well, you know, there are consequences for that. So we have to be able to document that. So that said, whether they want to come up with some tenants and put them in the mix with, you know, the city's list or the, you know, that part I think that's fine. And I'm very convinced that Alta is the right organization to do this, and they've already sort of pre-agreed to the cost parameters, which I think are modest, frankly, for even for the person who's putting up the ADU. So that's what I think is critical, is that we have a third party documentation. Thanks.
Other commissioners? So I agree with what I think I'm hearing the other commissioners say, you know, on these items. I do agree that we need a third-party income verification, and Alta seems perfectly positioned to provide that. I do like the flexibility of giving a homeowner who, again, is voluntarily agreeing to deed restrict to find their own tenant that Alta can income verify, or if they don't have anybody in mind, they can go to Alta and you know, get the next name on the list. So I like that flexibility. Commissioner Chang.
As Chair Heckman was talking about this, thought crossed my mind. Is there any, on a question of staff, is there any downside to the ADU, or any consequence, I would say, of a constructed ADU just not being rented? In other words, I could see somebody saying, well, I want to take advantage of, you know, let's say we come up with some good incentives. I want to take advantage of these good incentives, but I don't actually want a tenant there, so I'm just going to stall. So are we going to have consequences in place for this being actually occupied?
Yeah, so that's a great question. The deed restricted unit would be required to be occupied, and certainly there may be penalties or some type of fine associated with not following through on that. And there may be, for example, like a time period by which it needs to be tenanted after the final certificate of occupancy has been issued. And certainly at a very minimum, the time period for the affordability restriction, you know, could possibly increase, but that's something that definitely we would want to have as part of the policy. And that would be important to have not only the verification of the affordability of the tenant, but that because you can imagine that part of this too is that the engagement from Alta is not just could be more than just like verifying that the tenant is there, but when again that unit becomes vacant, you know, what Alta does for us right now as our administrator is, you know, works with and monitors the affordable units, inclusionary and in affordable housing, to make sure that they're complying with the agreements that are in place. And so similarly, you know, if the unit were to become vacant or things like that, because for example, tenants have to annually recertify. Well, if the annual certification for income comes up and there's no tenant there, hopefully before that, there would be a note that Alta would be aware of that. But let's say a homeowner was trying to skirt around it by like not reporting that it became vacant or something, you know, that would be another trigger or time for Alta to know, oh, this unit's not rented. You know, we need to get that unit tenanted again.
Okay, thank you. It sounds like there could be some enforcement headaches with all of this, but thank you for explaining that Alta would be involved in that process.
Other commission comments on C or D? If not, let's move to item E. Mr. Sauls?
Okay. So item E primarily just addresses what would be the cost associated to this process for certification. So when we spoke with Alta Housing, their number that they had provided to us was that for the initial income certification of an individual, that it would cost about $700, and that $500 would be required for that annual recertification, and that requirement would be put off onto the property owner who would be wanting to do that. There may be some potential for us to use state funding to kind of maybe support that program, but it may result in a similar kind of cap, which depending on the volume of projects that we get may be reached sooner rather than later, and may result in staff having to say, well, we don't have enough money, so you're going to have to pay this fee. So it can cause some of that headache down the line as to when that needs to be paid by the homeowner versus something that maybe the city might be able to support.
Charles, I have a question on that. The staff report says it's the grant could be 231,000 per year. Is that right?
Right. So that's based on Mr. Wong, who attended the meeting last month. He had reached out to HCD or a representative at HCD to try to get a ballpark idea of what that might be like. And that was the number that he had heard from them preliminarily, was that it could be something like that. And this is, funding that is basically provided through, if I remember correctly, what the staff report identifies, it's through kind of like a parcel tax almost. And so, this money, ideally is going to be available for as long as this program is in place. And if there are years going backwards, which we have not claimed that funding from, we can recoup that as well. It's a matter of how much of that is associated to other housing priorities rather than specifically just this program. So if the city chose to utilize that funding for other housing priorities, say, as an example, we got $400,000 and we chose to provide $300,000 to other programs and $100,000 specifically for this, that might be able to support, that program. I think we need to really hone in on a lot of the details to confirm that that is truly able to be used for that specific purpose, because the language we're able to see at the moment for this program is really very broad to say it can be used for the creation of affordable programs, including affordable programs that target ADUs. So we would want to triple verify that there's no conflict that comes up basically with providing what is kind of an additional subsidy almost.
Thank you. Commissioner Chang.
So my initial thought on this is that compared to the development impact fees that we were talking about earlier, the $500 sounds like almost nothing. And that it can be treated very much the same way. So if these state funds can't be used for it, then the city can budget for it. I mean, it seems to be really reasonable to say thank you to the homeowners that are doing this. If we're like we said before, if we're serious about affordable housing, let's help them out a little bit. And I guess a follow-on question would be, can this 231,000 be used to offset some of those development fees that we were talking about? They wouldn't go nearly as far, but I wonder, it's kind of, if it's all for affordable housing and it's kind of all the same pot of money, kind of regardless of what the source is, it's a little bit fungible.
Yeah, I think again, it just comes down to, the nitty gritty language used within that. And if it says that it can't be allocated towards or put in towards like a general fund, then obviously we can't really kind of plop it in there and say, well, we're going to use it, which, that kind of adds a lot of, concerning variables for people who want this to be very targeted assistance.
Commissioner Templeton.
I like this one too, all the same reasons that Commissioner Chang mentioned. I think these are a really good way to show that we prioritize affordable housing. So if we don't do that, the other side of this coin is if we don't do that, then the rent will be $50 higher a month. Like, So I think this is kind of a win all around, especially if we can find external funding for it. Thanks.
Commissioners? Mr. Suma.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with what others have said already. If we can find external funding for this, I think it'd be excellent. Always better when someone else pays. And I do think that the homeowner is likely to, if that doesn't happen, the homeowner will likely pass it on maybe to the tenant. But so any efforts that staff can make to chase down those funds, I think would be very helpful.
Well, I agree that these fees should be paid by the city to the extent they can't be paid by grants. But my understanding was on these deed restricted, there's going to be a set rent based, and so they won't be able, so the property owner would absorb that $700 and then $500 cost, and that's just a minor annual irritant to them. You know, one more reason to not dive into this. Other commission comments, or shall we move to financing ADU development? Let's do that. Mr. Sauls.
Okay. So this last item, you know, is a little bit tied to what we had just talked about with this kind of PLHA funds. You know, there may be the potential also to utilize this funding mechanism to support directly, you know, development potential for homeowners in terms of supporting financially what might be, you know, a loan or other sort of writ that they receive in order to basically, you know, finance this project. And so there have been organizations or cities like Santa Cruz that I found, which partnered with a local credit union to, you know, provide additional information and consistency about, you know, the process of what's going to occur when you submit your permit, but to try to partner with them to, you know, support loans that these organizations, these, you know, local quote unquote organizations or credit unions might be able to provide to homeowners. So, you know, again, we'll need to really dig down deep into, you know, this specific aspect to make sure that there's no conflict with maybe providing like a pass through, you know, funding to like a designated organization that might be able to directly then support homeowners with a loan, or, you know, maybe provide, say the city got $400,000 again, and we submitted $10,000 for each unit, affordable unit that was provided to us at that cap. You know, that could be a consideration.
Questions or lightning round comments? I'll lead off. I guess my comment is sure, why not? Anyone else? Commissioner Suma.
That's my comment too. Sure, why not?
Else? Okay. So it's 10 till 10, and I want to pause here now that we have, I think we've completed all 14 items, our discussion of each. And so I think this is an appropriate time to stop, and I'd like to get a sense of the commission's pleasure tonight. We could stop at this point and come back and vote on all of these in one meeting, because that's what is required, 14 votes. We could start, well, we could power through however long it takes, or the intermediate ground would be we could start and see how far we get by, you know, some particular time. Like, for example, we could take the first one and see if we're done with that by 10. And within that context, if we are going to go forward with less than all tonight, I'd be interested in hearing from the commission about a possible ordering of the first couple of items maybe that we should take up. Maybe it's the same as, we started this process with length of time and income category, or maybe it's something different. So commissioners, tell me what you're thinking. Commissioner Chang, thank you.
Well, I'm struggling with this one a little bit, which I think everybody's struggling with it a little bit. I am loath to not try and get more done tonight because it took me a lot of time actually to kind of refresh and remember what we already covered. So if we wait till the next meeting, I'm gonna have to do that again, but now for all 14 items, which is gonna be even more time consuming. And at the same time, it'll get late, I think, if we go through all these. I do get the sense that we had consensus on a lot of the items. And so I would like to kind of try and power through. Maybe we set a time at which we check in again and decide what we do. But I'm really loath to say, oh, let's push this all off to the next meeting, because then I feel like I'm going to be investing another hour and a half in refreshing refreshing my memory. So that's where I stand.
Commissioner Lowing, what do you think?
I don't think it's going to be short, but I'm not ready to hang it up right now. So, taking the first one, as you suggested, might be good. I think a couple of these policy issues could be testy to get through and get to a vote. I think on the actual items of the 8, it seemed to me that 3 of them were, I think we had generally, I don't want to speak for everybody, but it seemed to me like we said that doesn't just apply to an affordable ADU. It probably applies to all ADUs. So I don't know if that's going to come back, and we may still want to vote on them, but there is that consideration that might make them easier. I don't know. But I'd be game to stay at it for a while, but not till midnight. Let me put it that way. And if we get really late and we're not quite done, then I think we have to regroup. Thanks.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. I think that Commissioner Chang captured my sentiments very effectively, although I sympathize with Commissioner Lowing's hope that we don't go till midnight. So I would wonder if we would be able to do a straw poll to figure out where we have consensus, and maybe we could pass that as we could have that as a resolution. I mean, I'm so tired. A motion, and then we could vote on that. And then that would be the bulk of it. And then we can focus on them kind of in reverse complicated order, so that if we do find that we have something that's pretty complex, we avail ourselves of the maximum amount of time remaining. It's a process suggestion. Thanks.
I was thinking along the same lines, but wouldn't have articulated it nearly as well. Commissioner Lowing, your hand is okay. Still up. All right. So, so the idea is, I think, along those lines, let's see if we can identify sort of the low-hanging fruit, the things that we seem to have consensus on. Is that the next step, Commissioner Templeton? Yes.
So where we either want to go on the numbered items where we want to recommend staff recommendation or don't recommend staff, we might agree on both of those. Like there's some that we all were like, no, not that one. And some we were all, yeah, that one. We could probably do that together. So I don't know, like we don't have a document. I could pull together a document, but.
So
I tried to
actually,
capture it in the table.
Look
I
at
have to
you.
confess,
I love
did
that.
not have very thorough notes for everyone. So if you have a blank, please don't take it as I wasn't listening, but I may not have recorded your thought on it. I can share that if that might be helpful. And if it's not helpful, then I can just take it down. And
Let's take a look. I think that's a great idea. What do you think, Chair?
Oh, Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, are you intending to go to the policies first or the suggestions? Because a number of people in going through the 8 said it's going to depend on if it's, for example, 15 or 30 years for the affordable housing to stay in place. So which are we going to do first? I mean, it seems to me that we need to talk about the income categories and the length of time.
So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the things that those kinds of issues don't even matter. For example, do we want income verification by Alta Housing? That doesn't matter the duration, doesn't matter the income, right? Are we going to try? And so we're going to try to collect those things that maybe are not contingent on those big items, and approve those, identify them first, which ones we all kind of have consensus on, and get those through. I think that's the concept.
Okay.
so this page shows the policy items, and the left hand is the item, and then I tried to capture what I believe were the notes. I think some of them we had consensus, but everyone didn't necessarily say that. So that may be like income verification. I think everyone kind of agreed with Commissioner Lowing, so didn't feel the need to repeat their support. And then this next page is the concepts in the order that they were presented and the Roman numerals, and then tried to capture it. But as you can see, like from the last meeting, I didn't have this thorough notes to capture everyone's thoughts. So do apologize for that. Do we want to start with this first table to take a look at for consensus items?
Yeah, I think so. Let's start with the table that you have up. All right, so I think we're going to hold on duration and income. Income verification. Verification needed by a third party. It was my impression that we all had consensus on that. Commissioner Templeton, your hand's up.
Yeah, I wanted to say this is fine with me. I support this. I think we do have consensus there. Sorry, I wasn't sure if we were supposed to fill in the chart or, yes, I like that. Just do the green.
Okay, so we just, is that the thought, is just quickly go through, everybody can say yes? Or if it's no, then we know we'll skip that one, I guess. Okay, so I'm a yes on this one, income verification. Other commissioners?
I think we're all yes. Maybe we should ask if anybody would say no to that one.
Okay, that's a more efficient way to do it. Sorry. Hold on, I gotta get my. All right. Any commissioner that would say that says no to income verification, raise your hand, please. Okay, let's move to tenant selection. So I think in the two choices they gave us, what this is shorthand for here, okay for homeowner to select, is the more flexible first of the two options that the homeowner can select or rely on Alta, rather than Alta is the only choice. So anyone a no on that, please raise your hand. Okay, I don't see anything, so I think we're green there. So program administrative costs. So I think what the language here isn't capturing that I heard, and I thought I heard everyone, almost everyone say it, is yes to the amount, yes, use grant funds if they're available, but if they're not available, have the city budget for it. So does anyone a no for that version of this? Raise your hand, please. Okay, so that's a green. Let's see. Partner with lenders to finance ADU development. If you're a no on that, please raise your hand. I don't see any, so that's a green. Any reason to vote on these four before moving to the other list, or should we move to the other list and do one vote? What do you think, Commissioner Templeton?
I would think it'd be easier to vote on this because it's hard to get it all on one screen.
Okay.
But if other commissioners feel strongly differently.
I think that's a great idea. It's extremely practical and I love it.
Okay. Shall I move
Please.
to, okay. I move the staff recommendation with annotations as depicted in Assistant Director Tanner's chart for items C through F.
I second.
Thank you.
Any commission discussion?
I think it's wonderful that we've had a good, thorough discussion on this and have found ways to come to consensus on these items. I am excited about this.
Commissioner Chang, want to speak to your second?
I think we already all spoke about this.
Okay. All right, Mr. Nguyen, will you conduct a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Sorry. Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 5-0 with 2 commissioners absent.
Ms.
If possible may I make a suggestion as staff chair?
Yes, please.
Staff, if you could, I think Assistant Director Tanner is driving here. If you could add the numbers to this one like you did to the other, that may help some of us that took notes that way.
Roman numerals?
Yes, they're numbers.
Yes, they are. The last ones were letters, but I had them as numbers. And so that's what was confusing me.
Yes, former classicist here. I have to stand up for my Roman numerals. And this one, I don't know how others think about this, but I see that Ms. Tanner has yeses and nos in here. I think that's, towards staff recommendation. If you want to do a quick round where we update that chart, we could do that, and then we could organically see which ones. I didn't take notes on any other people, just on my own yes and no's. So it's a suggestion.
So would we accomplish that just in running through these items?
Yes, you can do it horizontally if you prefer.
Okay.
I will say for the item number, I think is it 4, I think most folks were a no, except I think Commissioner Suma said maybe if it was a lower income level, then she might support the exempting the basement floor area. But so I didn't put no's next to every person, but I think on this item, I think most of you were not supportive of that strategy. If that sounds wrong, please let me know.
On the basement one, I was in line with Commissioner Suma on it.
Okay.
Ms. Tanner, would it be helpful for me to fill in your blanks there?
Sure, I do welcome that, for commissioners, if you, and if it, especially if it helps all of you to remember what your fellow commissioners had said.
So for 2, I was a yes. For 3, I was a no. You have that. For 4, I was a no. 5, no. 6, no. 7, yes. And yeah, you have that that one. Thank you.
So that's 8.
Oh, whoops, sorry. Got too carried away.
Did you say 7 was yes, Commissioner Templeton?
I did. Thank you for catching that.
All right. Another commissioner would like to run through their list vertically.
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Lowing, please.
Yeah, I still want clarification here from the chair. For example, 1 and 2, there was a lot of discussion, as it says in Templeton and Allcheck here, that allow for all ADUs. And since our assignment is to make recommendations on stuff that's for affordable, do we really want to vote on this? I guess that's a way of putting the question.
Well, so we're one step before that. We may not vote on this as part of the group, right? So reconstruction, at my notes, 3 of the commissioners present, I guess including Alcheck, had this idea to allow for all ADUs. And then the other 3 didn't voice that idea. And so maybe that's not one that we will approve as part of the group. But for now, I think all we're trying to do is get our positions on paper so that we can have the discussion about which of these to go green and vote on as part of a group.
Okay. So I'll go ahead then on 4, which is exempt basement. I'll just go no there. And 1,200 square foot ADU. I'm going to go no there, and reduce setback no.
All right. So what about 1 and 2, Commissioner Lowing?
I don't understand why we're voting against that.
We're not voting. Oh, you're not wanting to state your tentative position?
Hold on, guys, I have a suggestion. I think that we should have 3 options, not ready to vote. It's totally acceptable for Commissioner Lowing to be not ready to vote until we have more discussion.
Yeah, I didn't think we were voting.
Well, it looks right now, the way it's in the chart, like we're kind of forcing a binary, and I don't think we are. So Commissioner Lowing, you have, I think.
I'm happy to, I appreciate your suggestion, Commissioner Templeton. I'm happy to say, allow for all ADUs in there, but I don't think it's applicable to our agenda. That's my point.
Well, I think that overall, if I may, these will be part of the overall ADU package that we would bring back. So, some items were put into this category, but could be for all ADUs. So I think if that's the will of the commission, that could be appropriate to vote on today.
And the same for existing garage.
Okay. Thank you.
Chang, or hold on, sorry, I gotta see whose hand is up over here. Commissioner Suma.
Okay, I'm gonna try to go through, starting with 3 additional ADU, I'm a no. 4, I'm gonna say, well, you already have me there, but I'm basically a no there, but I could be persuaded depending on our conversation about duration of deed restriction and AMI. I'm a no on 5, a no on 6, and a yes on 7, as long as the funding is, as long as the city council can find the funding to make up the difference. 8. And 8, which is the expediting. I think that's kind of a staff issue, like we've said, but I'm okay with that. And 2 was the two-step process, which I'm okay with eliminating. And I think I'm a no on 1.
Okay, I think it's my
And-
turn.
Yep.
So for 1, there's like more detail on that one. So I would say allow for all ADUs if there's room, like I have caveats, like if there's room for maintaining it. And also when I reread the minutes, I thought Commissioner Alchek had made a really good point about if you're completely demolishing it, then I would say no. But if you're editing the building, then I would say yes for all ADUs. So I don't know. I just have a lot of caveats on that one. For existing garage, yes, for all ADUs. And I'm trying to read. I think the only one that's blank. Oh, so for number 7, I'm a yes, but only if it is explicitly budgeted for. I don't want any blank check written. And 8, yeah, this is for staff implement.
I just would have one note on the reconstruction. Non-conforming structures are allowed, and Mr. Yang can correct me, to be demolished and reconstructed, but they would just need to be exactly the same dimensions as they are. So isn't that correct, Albert?
That's right. I think what we were talking about here was whether you could, add some de minimis.
Foot and 6 inches on the sides and things.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
So if you're concerned, not to try to change your perspective, Commissioner Chang, but just to make sure that you understand that a non-conforming building could already be demolished completely and reconstructed. And so this would be slightly larger dimensions on that reconstruction.
I understand. I just think that if it's being completely demolished, you can move it 6 inches. So.
Okay, looks like I'm up. So reconstruction, I was a yes. Existing garage. This is the collapsing the 2-step to a 1-step. I was a yes. 3 is correct. I was a no. Exempt basement. Yes, I was a no. 1,200 square foot ADU. I was a yes. Reduced setback. I was a yes to 3 feet. Exempt impact fees. I was yes plus plan review fees. And expedite review, I was no, because I wanted to stay with the 14 and 7.
So if I may, Commissioner or Chair Heckman,
Yeah.
I think one thing, first of all, thank you all for supplying your information to my table. one thing the commission might consider is, we're trying to be at a cutting edge of policy, which is why we don't have a lot of cities to draw on in terms of trying to do something that is not really being done right now, which is deed restrict affordable ADUs. And so I think looking at this list of where you and your colleagues are, just trying to think, and we're all thinking to the best of our abilities, is this the package that we think will lead to the affordable ADUs that we are hoping to see? So I don't have an answer to that question, but it may be something that you all are considering in your deliberations.
Okay, so I think the next step is for the commission to decide sort of which of these to vote on as part of a cluster. And so I would say to you commissioners that what we're going to do is we're going to, I would like to go, 1 through 8, and anyone who does not want to vote on that as part of the cluster, just raise your hand. You don't have to state the reason why you don't want to. We don't need that detail. What we're looking for is the items where everybody says, yeah, let's just go ahead and vote for that. And then, we'll clear those out of the way, however many they are, and then we'll deal with what's left. So does that sound like a reasonable approach?
Chair?
Yes.
Would it be helpful if we highlighted in colors as well? So the ones where we're green or red?
Well, I thought it would just go 1 through 8. And if everybody wants to vote on it as part of the cluster, it goes green, like we did on the other page.
But some of them are no. That's all I was getting at is,
it's like
so we know what
so
color we're agreeing to.
Oh, I see. Well, first,
I like your approach of going through one at a time.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, since it's already identified here, whether it's a yes or a no, if on an item, like, let me just pick item 2, since that is almost all yeses, if nobody objects to that one being part of the cluster, I guess that would be green for yes. And then the next one, if nobody objected to that one being part of the cluster, that would be red for no. Is that the idea? Okay.
Right.
All right.
And the ones that remain black, we'll have discussion on later or whatever.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So let's start with number 1. And again, we don't need, you don't need a reason. You don't need to voice a reason to not want something voted on as part of the cluster. So anybody who does not want number 1, reconstruction, to be voted on as part of the cluster, raise your hand, please. All right, we see a hand. So moving to number 2, go ahead and clear your hands. Anybody not wanting an existing garage to be voted on as part of the cluster, raise your hand, please. All right. Number 3, the additional
Sorry,
ADU.
Commissioner Lowering, were you raising your hand for this one, for existing garage?
I was saying I don't want to vote no on the garage.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, so is it green? I'm sorry to be.
No, it stays black because
Okay,
we're
so
not going to
black.
vote on it yet.
Got it. Okay, got it.
All right. Item 3, additional ADU. Anybody not want that voted on as part of the cluster?
Well,
Yes. So in other words, if we vote on it as part of the cluster, the vote will be no. We don't want that. Because it says here, everybody's voting no. So unless somebody raises their hand, that's going to be colored in red, and that's going to be a recommendation that we don't do that.
okay.
All right.
Does that help, folks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so, right. All right. Let's move to exempt basement. Does anyone not want to include that in the cluster? If so, raise your hand. All right, no hands. So that's going to be a red. Uh, 12,000 square foot ADU. I guess I'll raise my hand on that one. So let's move to reduced setback. Anybody not want that to be a part of the cluster? So even though I was a yes, I'm willing to support the group there. So let's make that a red no. I'll vote on that as part of the cluster. I'm fine with that. All right, exempt impact fees. Anybody? I'm going to raise my hand. I'm going to raise my hand on that because there are enough variations on this that I think we need to take that one individually. I would like to. All right. And expedite review. So I'm not seeing any hands, but let me ask staff, what color would you code this?
I think
Grace's
the way
hand.
I would interpret this would be that, the PTC would be supportive of expediting affordable ADUs to the extent feasible. And so that would be, the policy direction that, ultimately staff would take from this if council concurs.
Commissioner Lowing, is your hand up to not include this in the cluster?
Yeah, just for the reasons we discussed before is that I don't think we need to take action on it. So why would we eventually vote on it? So.
Okay, so let's pull it from the cluster for now. And so what I'm seeing is items 3, 4, and 6 would be voted on to not recommend those things. In other words, to thumbs down them, not carry them forward. Can I have a motion?
Okay, I will make a motion that we do not recommend items 3, 4, and 6.
Second.
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lowing. Thank you. Commissioner Chang, you want to speak to your motion?
Even though I disagreed with one of the items, I think it's fine. I'm willing to go with the rest of the commission here because mine was fairly conditional as it was. And I think that we just have consensus on these. We spoke about these reasons earlier.
Lowing, anything to add on your second?
No, thank you.
Mr. Nguyen, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 5-0 with 2 commissioners absent.
Commissioner Templeton, I see your hand is up.
Yes. Following up on Commissioner and staff questions about how to code number 8, maybe you can mark it gray. You already have the notes from our conversation, so we don't need a vote, but then we know action or, that it's no longer under consideration. That's a suggestion.
To clarify, we're not looking specifically at the 7-3 concept. It's just a more general idea of prioritizing these affordable ADU applications. I'm asking, I'm not clear what we're doing with item 8.
I think what I've heard from commissioners is that, leave it to staff to implement as we can versus having a policy that, it shall be these number of days that is maybe that explicit.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine with that. Good.
Okay.
Okay, so it's 10:25. I'd like to check in with the commission again and see what your pleasure is. We made some good progress. I think we got 4 out of 8 on this list, and I think it was 4 out of 6 on the other list. So that leaves 4 here and 2 on the other list. Do we want to keep going? Is the first question, and if so, anybody have a suggestion for which items which of these 6 items they'd like to take up next? Commissioner Lowing first.
Yeah, I'm still, I don't want to get tied up in process, but I think it would simplify it. We're not recommending 1 or 2 relative to affordable housing. And Ms. Tanner's already said that she understands that we think it should be applied to all ADUs. So I'm just not sure why we would be voting on this in the context of affordable housing. So a suggestion process-wise is just not to vote on those 2. And we're done with those 2, the same as number 8. But I'm not adamant about it, I'm just suggesting.
I think the only difference would be that for the other items that we would bring back in an ordinance, the commission did give direction to staff through a vote to include those in the ordinance. But I think that Mr. Yang is suggesting recommend the others for affordable and recommend the rest, these items just as recommendations for the ADU policy. Is that right, Mr. Yang? I'm sorry if I'm not expressing your sentiments correctly.
Sorry, I was just thinking, it would be fine for a vote to occur for 1 and 2 to be recommended as strategies for affordable ADUs with the additional direction that staff included in a discussion of policies for all ADUs. Okay.
So
But
basically, because it applies to all, all would include the affordable ones as well.
yeah, exactly.
What you're saying.
But it would be fine also to not vote on those items tonight. So
Lowing, did you have something more to add? No. Okay, Commissioner Chang.
I would just like to suggest that I think we're really close on the exemption of impact fees. So I think we could just make a motion on that, maybe with the additional edits to include people's, we can have the discussion if we need to, but I think if we I think we can solve that one tonight before we adjourn. For sure, yeah.
Commissioner Templeton.
I agree with Commissioner Lowing and Commissioner Chang. I think we're really close on these. And I think that if those of you who pulled the item want to make the motion, especially on 1 and 2, Commissioner Lowing, I am really comfortable with the advice we got from Mr. Yang. If you made that motion, be happy to second it. Likewise with Commissioner Chang. So just throwing that out there.
Okay.
All right, so I'm not seeing that it is the will of the group to stop for the evening. So let's move forward. Any commissioner want to pick an item to start talking about? Commissioner Lowing, you want to start? You want to discuss item 1?
I'm happy to put item 1 and 2 together, if that's acceptable.
Okay.
And just say that because these are not applicable to our agenda item of affordable housing, we recommend they be considered separately for all ADUs.
Is that a motion?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll second that.
Sorry, was it for item 1 and 2 or just 1?
1 and 2.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Try to keep it brief.
I have a question. Does that mean we're not going to vote on 1 and 2 tonight?
Well, I think we would vote on it now in the context of sending it along, allowing it for all ADUs or not, depending on the vote.
Okay.
Motion and a second to vote on it tonight.
Okay.
Can I interject one comment here? So one consequence of putting this off for consideration for only in the context of all ADUs is it's possible in the context of all ADUs that there's not majority commission support. And so I think the question tonight is, do you want this for affordable ADUs, even if, it doesn't get adopted for all ADUs? And then, but if you vote on it tonight and you say, yes, we do want this for affordable ADUs, you can still have another vote later for all, for the rest of the ADUs.
And by later, you mean when the ordinance comes back, Albert? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. So I just wanted to highlight that, possibility because we don't know how, future votes are going to go.
Yeah, it just, the reason I'm making the motion like this and spending maybe too much time on it is it just seems completely out of context for the agenda item of what do we want to do to make affordable ADUs. So.
I have a suggestion, Commissioner Lowing.
Go.
What if you recommend it now so we can recommend the staff recommendation for 1 and 2 and ask staff to come back with policy for all ADUs so that we can vote on it in the future?
I don't think I understood that. I mean, in other words, just recommend this now for affordable ADUs?
And ask if staff can come back for all ADUs, because I think wasn't your concern and Mr. Yang's concern about making sure that it's properly agendized and that we get a chance to vote on it for all ADUs and have that full discussion?
Well, I'm not sure that this actually has to come back to PTC because our comments over two meetings have said that this seems like a worthwhile change, but it shouldn't apply to just affordable. So I see this as going on with our sentiment in that regard, that council wants to change it. They change it in the general ordinance, not change it in the affordable ADU ordinance. So that's another issue, is that if we only changed it in the affordable ADU ordinance, that'd be kind of odd to just change it there and leave it out of the regular one. That would be very, I don't know, disingenuous for architects and developers and so on. So, so I think we're on record, depending on how this vote goes, that we think that this should be incorporated more broadly than just affordable. But our assignment here is to talk about affordable. So that's why I'm suggesting we separate it.
Let me just chime in that we do not have unanimity on the idea that these should be allowed for all ADUs. I haven't voiced support for that concept. I think that both of these items should be used as incentives to attract people to affordable units, and whether we take that incentive away essentially by making it broadly applicable to all ADUs, not on the agenda tonight. But I'm willing to vote no on the motion as presented. I like better the idea of a motion that is focused on affordable, making these incentives for affordable, and then giving staff, asking, staff to, as Commissioner Templeton suggested, to bring back to us in the right format this idea of consideration for non-affordable ADUs that these things apply. Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, so based on that, I actually agree. Like, if we want it for all, let's get it done at least partially, right? Let's get it done for some of them. It's better to get some of them than none. And just because we get some of them doesn't mean that we won't not get all of them. So I think, can I like take back a second? How does that work?
You withdraw it.
Okay.
Or you can ask the maker to amend.
Well, I think I'm going to let him, we just did already. I'm going to let him.
No, I'm gonna withdraw the motion.
Commissioner Templeton, you had suggested a variant on the motion.
Yes, I'm happy to make that variation because I support the conversation that Commissioner Lau and Commissioner Chang were wanting to forward, and I think we can find a way, maybe a slightly slower way, but that we can get support for it now and have another bite at the apple. So so I move that we recommend the staff recommendation for 1 and 2 and ask staff to consider allowing this for all ADUs, and if our input is necessary, to bring it back at that time.
Second to that motion? I will second the motion. Before Commissioner Suma, I see your hand. Commissioner Templeton, any comments you want to make on as a maker?
Sure, I'll be brief. I think that my intention here is to move forward on the item that's in front of us, where we have consensus, and to have an opportunity to investigate further and build consensus in the future, if for all ADUs, should that be the direction we go. So if this is not perfectly worded, I'm open to improvement suggestions. Thank you.
I don't have anything to add as the seconder. Commissioner Suma, your hand is up.
So I have some trouble with some of item 1, but I totally support item 2. So I'm wondering if we could split them.
That's cool with me. Yeah,
Right.
So to restate the motion, then it would be to move let's do number 2 first, and then Commissioner Suma, you can state your concerns with number 1. Maybe we can incorporate that. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so I move staff recommendation for number 2, the existing garage conversion, with the request that staff bring it back to us to consider it potentially for all ADUs.
Before there's a second, Commissioner Templeton, you're withdrawing the motion that was on the floor on both 1 and 2, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I did that very quickly. I'm so sorry. Yes.
Okay. Otherwise, you're doing a substitute motion to your own motion, I think.
I mean, we could. It'd be party, but I don't know.
I will second.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Suma. Commissioner Templeton,
Nothing further.
Commissioner Suma?
No.
Nope. Commissioner Lowing, comments on this motion regarding number 2?
Yeah. Does staff want this definitely to come back? As I commented earlier.
Well, I think part of it is what you expect to come back. Our comeback would be come back with it in the ordinance. I mean, our next step with this whole entire process is to return to you all with an ordinance. So if it's to come back to talk about it further, I don't really know what additional discussion we would have.
I agree.
About
That's why
it.
I'm asking the question. Thank you.
I think
Okay, any,
Mr. Yang's point was that when it comes back, if all commissioners are not supportive of it being applied to all ADUs, then the motion would be made at that time to, you know, clarify where it applies, either broadly or more narrowly.
right? Any further commission discussion? I don't see any hands other than Mr. Lowing's ghost hand. So Mr. Nguyen, please conduct a roll call vote on the motion on item Roman 2.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes,
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 5-0 with 2 commissioners absent.
All right. Would we like to take up item number 1 now? Commissioner Suma, did you want to talk about item 1? You know, we broke it out, or do you want to go to a different item and hold on to that for a while?
No, we can talk about item 1 because I suspect Chair Templeton might like to make a motion on it. I'm just uncomfortable that there are certain situations where this would result in a lack of privacy. I just don't think you would always want to approve this without considering the impacts and also the impacts to trees. And so I'm slightly uncomfortable with it without any caveats. So that's my concern.
All right. So does anyone want to make a motion on item 1, reconstruction? Commissioner Templeton.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Suma, for clarifying that. I'm not exactly sure how to incorporate that into the motion. So if you have suggestions, please bring them up, but I'll make the motion to, I'll move staff recommendation for number 1 and request that it be considered for all ADUs as well when it comes back to before the commission, when the policy comes back before commission.
Thank you. Do we have a second for that motion? All right, I will second that motion. Commissioner Templeton, any remarks on your motion?
Nope.
I have no comments on the second. Anyone want to discuss this motion before we vote? Commissioner Chang, I see your hand.
Is there a way to make an amendment so that it's only allowed when there's room to maintain the building? I'm just trying to capture some of our discussion that we had at the last meeting. So that was one of the issues, as well as the second issue. And I clearly remember Commissioner Alchuk saying this also, which is not the second part of this item, meaning if it's for remodeling, okay, but if it's for reconstruction, we should just have them move out of the undesirable area.
Yeah.
If it's for reconstruction and they want to change the building envelope, they already need to move it to 4 feet. So
that's already in there?
That's already the law today, is that if you have a non-conforming building and you tear it down and rebuild it in exactly the same dimensions, you can do that in the same location. But if you want to increase it by a foot or what have you, because you need to add changes to it, then again, this is just allowing 6 inches, I think was what we said, or maybe a foot, and maybe 6 inches vertically. So this is to give that non-conforming structure a little bit more room versus having to move the 4 feet setback.
So I'm all for it if we're keeping the same wall. If we're tearing it down, I would say let's just do it correctly. That's where I stand on it. So I don't know if there's a way, if that's where everybody else feels. If it is as is, I think I would just vote no.
Yeah, that's precisely my concern. And I think at the last meeting, we discussed this a bit, because it's already problematic that garages are allowed to be on the property line in corners. It becomes a maintenance issue where to maintain the property, you have to be on your neighbor's land. And so I just think if it's that close, there's no point in rebuilding it in that same undesirable location.
Commissioner Chang, your hand is still up. Commissioner Templeton.
Okay. So I believe that the inches of adjustment are not necessarily a threat to the neighbor's property. I don't believe we'd be able to move into the neighbor's property or across the property line. So that would never be approved. And the inches here are primarily being used for better insulation, which is good for the environment and reduces the load on our utilities. So I think these are really good, very small changes that work within the very, very edge case of revising an existing structure. And then if it will be redeveloped, like Assistant Director Tanner said, it would go under a different set of rules, which would require it to move. So I think that we're all in agreement here, and that the cases that you are thinking about may be covered under other policies. So I think we're good and covered. This is just an edge case to make sure people can insulate and have the couple of extra inches that they need for that.
Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, so if I look at the actual recommendation here, there's a statement that says including complete demolition. So we're essentially asking that in the case of complete demolition, we would also allow the additional 6 inches. I'm okay letting the additional, leaving the, allowing the 6 inches if we're not completely demolishing it. But so if we just struck the including complete, the line that says including complete demolition and reconstruction of the structure in place, I'd be fine with it.
Wasn't that though only if it's being rebuilt in the exact same dimensions?
Yes.
Staff, can you help clarify this discrepancy? Because it is a little confusing to follow.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So the policy at hand that we had been discussing was you can follow what the normal policy is, which is that if you are expanding the size or envelope of a non-conforming structure, then you develop it then as a conforming structure. That's the standard policy we have in place right now. The incentive that had been suggested by staff was, we can allow the same provision for demolition and reconstruction to the non-conforming degree. We can allow that and then provide an additional expansion, an additional minor expansion of that structure as an incentive. So you can, if you have a garage at a rear property line, back left or back right property line, you can demolish that and rebuild it, and then provide maybe 6 inches in terms of added width and about, I think we said, a foot in terms of added height to that non-conforming structure to provide for insulation needs. That, and keep it in that same location, not be required to shift it. Because if we're to say shift the structure or require them to shift the structure, at that point, there's no need for them to only get a small allowance to increase. They could simply build a 16-foot tall structure at a 4-foot setback. So that's the difference, is we either keep the envelope, the shrink wrap envelope of the existing structure and allow that policy to be maintained, or we say, in addition to being able to tear it down and rebuild it in the same location, you can expand it slightly. Does that help to clarify the issue?
So can I make a friendly amendment then? My friendly amendment would just say that to allow the expansion in the case of conversion only. That's still,
So you
that
would want
allow-
to keep a dilapidated wall or a wall that,
no, that's conversion. That's conversion. That's not complete demolition. In my view, if they are choosing to completely demolish something, then they can move it 6 inches with ease. It's if you're converting an existing structure, you're not demolishing it, that it's hard.
well, the thing is
that's
about the
where-
foundation, I think is the issue, Commissioner Chang, because then you'd have to re-pour the foundation and then that changes a lot of costs.
Well, maybe I'm misunderstanding then, but I thought that
It's not super clear. So does any other commissioner want to weigh in on this about, I mean, it's a good discussion to have and we want to make sure we have clear boundaries about where this could be applied and not.
I guess my comment in support of my second is that again, what we're trying to get people to build affordable ADUs. What can we give you that will make you build an affordable ADU instead of an ADU? And this 6-inch give, even close to the property line, maybe that won't make the difference for them. But if it does, then that's a win for Palo Alto. So that's why I'm okay with it. And seconding the motion. Commissioner Chang.
Well, then what I would say is I'm okay with it if we're not then saying we can do this for all ADUs, if that makes any sense. So right? So for an affordable one, if you want to completely demolish it and expand it by 6 inches, okay, if it's going to be affordable. But I don't like the idea if somebody's willing to spend the money to completely demolish it, that we don't do it correctly, on the return. But if it's going to be affordable, all right, I can go with that.
Then should we strike the come back for all ADUs portion of this motion as your friendly amendment? Commissioner
Yeah,
Chang,
go for it. Sure. We'll start with that. I mean, I see, and then to add to that, I would be supportive of it for all ADUs if we struck the other part about complete demolition. Do you understand what I'm saying? But I am okay with it if we strike that last part.
but it's already the law. We don't have to say that again.
No, not the 6 inches. The 6 inches isn't the law.
The
That
other
I would
part,
like to
the
give
other
people.
part, the other part.
No, I thought what Commissioner Chang, I thought what you were just saying was if we take out the instruction to bring this back to us so that we can make it applicable to all ADUs, then she's comfortable with the motion. In other words, it's basically staff recommendation only as to affordable ADUs, period.
All right, what about ask staff to come back with how it might be applicable to all ADUs with the specific caveats that you are highlighting?
Yes, that would also be fine. I like that. Thank you.
Okay, sure. And Chair Heckman, do you accept that friendly amendment?
Yeah, if I understand, the motion would be staff recommendation as to affordable ADUs, staff to bring it back as applicable to all ADUs on conversions only, not on new constructions of non-affordable ADUs.
Yes.
Yes,
Yay, all right.
I accept that friendly amendment.
Okay.
Any further discussion by commissioners on the motion? I'm not seeing any hands. May we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 4-1 with 2 commissioners absent.
All right. Let's go to, I'd like to go next to item, sorry. Well, let's go to next item 7. Sorry, Commissioner Templeton, I see your hand.
Sorry, I was just going to ask if staff wants to update our scorecard, but that can be done while we have our discussion. I think number 1 was yes, and number 2 is yes, right? Okay, number 7, go for it.
Commissioner Chang?
So my sticking point on this was just, I'm all for supporting this, and I think our city council would be too. So I just wanted to add a sentence to say that that we would recommend that city council would budget for it. So that would be my sticking point, and I'd be happy to make the motion if we're ready for it.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with it in concept. I think my concern is if we're supposed to even talk about budget stuff as PTC, so that's typically outside of our scope. And so, I mean, imagine that city council probably always budgets for things in the budget. So I'm not sure that it's helpful to tell them that. That's really just my concern. It's just a courtesy kind of thing. I don't know if they need that from us.
Commissioner Suma?
Yeah, I appreciate that addition. And I think the thing is that we're not recommending it as a policy that says we need to collect impact fees so that we can serve the people that live in this community. And the impacts from people at lower income levels are the same. So I think we're saying at a policy level, we say, give these, in this situation, go ahead and give a break to make it easier to get someone started down the path of an affordable ADU, but that the city as a policy should contemplate how they're going to restore those funds. So I don't think it's telling them what to do with the budget. I think it's opining on the policy, which I think is in our purview.
Commissioner Lowing?
Yes, I essentially agree with what Commissioner Suma said in completely. It's in some ways it's redundant because they have to have a budget in order to do this. But we're just trying to point out here, I think, that we recognize that there's not money sitting there, and we think it's that important to do. So I'm comfortable with the way it is.
Commissioner Templeton?
What if we ask staff to recommend possible ways to include it in the budget or something? I don't know. Like, it's fine. I mean, I'll support this either way, but I think it's like Commissioner Lowing said, a bit redundant.
Commissioner Chang?
So my reason for thinking that it's not redundant is that when we asked about the, what's it called? The application, the plan review fees, staff very explicitly said that they didn't feel comfortable including that because their staff budget would be hit and they would lose staff. So I actually, the additional thought that I had regarding this item is that I would include plan review fees in the same bucket. And if what we need to do in order for everyone to feel comfortable with it is for it to be explicitly budgeted for, because there is a difference there, right? We don't, I don't know, in my experience with nonprofit management, often you're looking at the expenses of a program and explicitly budgeting for those, but not explicitly budgeting for lack of revenue and the time that's spent on something when there's lack of revenue. And so I think it's worth saying, and I don't think you can separate the impact that something has on a budget from the policy, because you can't craft policy without understanding the kind of the potential budget implications. And so my reason for wanting to make some sort of statement about it, and maybe there's a more diplomatic way of saying it, is twofold. One, because I don't want it to slip through the cracks. And I think that, you know, how it actually ultimately gets implemented can be made in a budgetary decision. It could be a cap, it could be something else, but but the second piece is because there's an explicit reason why staff didn't want to include the plan review fees, because they didn't know where the money was going to come from. And so we need to address that too. And if we're talking about impact fees, you know, here we are making a policy decision that's going to impact libraries and parks. So that's why I want to be cognizant and respectful of those other things that will be impacting.
Well, do we know? I'm sorry, Chair, may I?
Please.
Do we know if we do require it to go in the budget, if this will delay it by a year? Because the budget just passed.
But we know about the delay. I mean, I think what will happen is council will have to decide if they can identify a source to fill this. And if they can't, then they would have to make a decision to either not implement the waiver of the fees or modify it in some way, or decide to just waive them without filling the source, which, you know, has the repercussions we talked about for both impact fees and or plan review fees.
Thank you.
Mr. Chang.
I would just add that everything that we're suggesting, everything is a recommendation, it's a suggestion. And so I think it's worth making explicit because of all the reasons I just discussed, but City Council could easily decide, well, we like this idea so much that even though this year we can't do this, you know, it is a little bit redundant, but I think it's important to make it an explicit nudge, especially if we want to include plan reviews fees, because I want to be respectful also of staff. I don't want to assign something to them and then have them do all this work that won't be budgeted for and have them crunched because of it.
So if the motion took more of the form of, you know, we're recommending to the council exemption of fees, recognizing that the city has to budget for it, does that capture the concept? Rather than making it a prerequisite, just acknowledging it, because, you know, when this gets to council with that recommendation, you know, because they breathe budget, we don't. That's why I think we're having a little awkwardness right now, because it's unfamiliar territory. But for them, it's very familiar. And when this recommendation comes to them, if the recommendation is made, they're immediately going to see this is a budget issue for us, right? And so I think if we just put that tail on it, recognizing that the city would need to budget for it, that'll tell them that we saw that it was a budget issue too.
Second.
Yeah, can you make that motion,
I
please?
took that as a motion and I seconded
Okay.
it.
Okay,
All right.
great.
So that is
Just make
the
motion.
right. So hold on a minute. I haven't made the motion because the issue that I'm not sure that I have at least a third vote for is the plan review fees, because personally, I want those included, and I'm willing to break that into a separate motion if necessary. And we'll just go with the impact fees, and then I'll make a separate motion and we'll see if that, but if I have enough support to include plan review fees, then I'd I would want to. Commissioner Lowing?
Yeah, I think that fits in the same category as what you just discussed, which is that, we're going to be asking for all this stuff and they're going to decide, as I said in our previous comment, no, we're only going to do half, or we're going to do this, but we're not going to do that. I don't think we have to parse it that much. I think you can put the whole thing in there and see what happens on the vote, but then, we'll see what happens.
I'm prepared to make a motion, but Commissioner Templeton, let me hear from you first.
I agree with Commissioner Lowing. I think we're overthinking this from a policy perspective of what is going to get people excited about building an ADU for affordable units. Yeah, these are the ideas. The question is really to council of how they may be able to work with staff and fit it in the budget. So I like that framing that you've suggested.
All right, so let me make a motion that the PTC recommend to the City Council that affordable ADUs be exempt from impact fees and plan review fees, recognizing that the city would need to budget for that.
Second stands.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowing. Commissioner Suma, your hand is up.
So I think, did Commissioner Lowing just second?
He did.
Yeah. So my concern about this is that we have no idea what the permitting fees are, but I do know that because I was on the Development Center Customer Advisory Group, DCAG, as we called it, for 8 years. I do know that the Development Center has to break even, and they depend on those fees. I also think those fees, but we didn't get this information tonight. When I've looked at permits in the past, those fees are really insignificant, I think.
That would make it easy for the city to backfill if they wanted to budget for it.
Mm-hmm.
They could always change fees for people that aren't building affordable housing.
Okay.
That's a good point.
All right, any further discussion on this motion? I'm not, Commissioner, assuming your hand is still up, okay. Nope, still up.
I know, I can't put it down there.
Okay, then I'll move forward with a roll call vote. Mr. Nguyen?
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 5-0 with 2 commissioners absent.
All right, so that can go green. Let's go now to item 5, and what I'm seeing on that is what I saw on that when I raised my hand to pull it from the cluster is, it's 3 no's, no generally, and my yes. So I just wanted to vote on that separately, and so that I could vote in opposed to the, vote what I thought rather than having to vote with the majority to carry a group of items. So if somebody would like to make a motion on that, we can. Commissioner Templeton.
I move that we do not recommend 1,200 square foot ADUs for affordable housing units specifically. That's it.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. May I speak to it?
Please.
I think that this is something we really struggle and grapple with in our city, and I'm concerned about how this will affect some of our lower income neighborhoods, and it may be implemented unequally throughout the city and might really affect that neighborhood negatively. So those neighborhoods negatively. So I just want to make sure that that we have thought this through and understand the implications. And I don't think we have that yet. So I just think it's too risky to recommend at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Suma, you want to speak to your second?
Yeah, just similar reasons and also concerns about generally filling permeable and area up with building, because we haven't really even thought about the fact that there could still be other accessory buildings, and the loss of backyard habitat are some of the other reasons, and potential loss of trees.
Other commission discussion on the motion? Mr. Nguyen, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Chang,
No.
Chair Heckman,
Motion is to not recommend, correct?
Correct.
And then I'm going to vote no.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 3-2 with 2 commissioners absent.
Thank you. Commissioner Chang, would like to speak to your no vote?
Sure. I mean, I think we're not so late. We might be able to work this problem a little bit more. And if we had a little bit data, we might be able to work this problem a little bit more, because I think for certain lots, like larger lots and in certain, we might be able to protect the neighborhoods that we're concerned about, because I understand Commissioner Templeton's concern, and also address the lot coverage issue, because I also understand Commissioner Suma's concern. But yet, I think that this is a carrot that we could offer if we really want to see affordable ADUs. And so that's, I think there might be a way to thread the needle, and that's why I voted no.
I will speak briefly to my no vote. I think this is a missed opportunity. What we were talking about here was 200 square feet, right? That 1,000 square foot ADU can be built today in every neighborhood of every type throughout the city. So I thought it was one of the better incentives, that one of the better carrots we had, and that's why I was hoping that it would get support. All right, so that one is read, and I think I can't see the whole of the screen here. I think we finished with this page. All right, so we have 2 items here. It's 11:12. So let me just ask the question. Commissioners, do you want to continue to move forward on these items tonight? Well, let me ask it in the negative. Does anyone feel like it's time to call it an evening? If so, raise your hand. We can talk about it. All right, I'm not seeing any hands, so let's move forward. What is the commission's pleasure between, in terms of order of discussing duration and income? Anybody have a suggestion on that?
Well, it looks like we got more data for income, so maybe we can start there.
Commissioner Chang. Okay, let's start with income. Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, but can I ask that when we're looking at income, that we actually toggle to the other screen with the Roman numeral items, because the income that we're talking about affects those items, and maybe it's not that big of a deal because we're not giving away very much.
I have,
Can we get back to the other screen? Good. So I'm the only one that's not on record on the sheet, so I'm happy to speak if that's okay, Chair.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so
yeah.
so my where I think the biggest problem is, for all reasons, is in the below 80%. I could be persuaded to go to the 100, but I'm not in favor of 120. I think that sends a bad message. So I would be 100% and below. So I guess that's 50 to 100.
All right. Thank you for filling in the blank. Commissioner Suma, your hand is up.
so I had a question. Sorry. I have a question for staff. And this was probably answered in our last meeting, but I don't recall. Why is it not 30 to 80% AMI?
Well, that's certainly something the commission could choose, but again, we're talking about one unit at a private home that is going to be made available affordable. So I think there's, typically 30% and below is provided by 100% affordable housing service providers who are able to often provide additional services. And it's a pretty deep level of affordability. So one might consider, are the incentives sufficient to provide that level of discounted rent from the property owner?
And how, if we go to the 50 to 80 range, does that mean that a property owner can choose somebody at the higher end of the range?
If they're within the range, they could choose someone within that range, yes.
So our greatest need, I think, is in the lower ranges, 30 to 60. So I don't know. It's a little disappointing since that's our greatest need in housing. And do you think that people wouldn't? I mean, I think very few people are going to do this, period. But I think the people that are going to do this are really going to do it to because they have a strong philosophical belief in affordable housing. And I don't know why we wouldn't go 30 to 80. I can understand why we're going to 80 instead of stopping at 60, but why not go lower also?
That's a question for the commission to consider in terms of what policies do you think will best lead to this being actualized. So if the commission feels that a lower income level and the incentives provided will lead to an affordable ADU being constructed, then that would be a position the commission could take.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for that.
Commissioner Chang, followed by Commissioner Templeton.
So I think I had a follow-on question. I'm trying to understand how this would actually be implemented, because so this is directed at staff. Am I to understand correctly that if we were to say it's like 30 to 80, that then the landlord would be allowed to charge any rents based on the number of tenants between 30 to 80? So it would be a range that they could choose from. Like how does this, I think what I'm trying to understand is, how does this work in actuality if we're saying that this studio can be rented to anybody who's 30 to 80?
So basically, yeah. So essentially what is created is a table of, single of studios, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, and then all the income groups and what is the appropriate or allowable rent to be charged to that household in that income group. And then their income group on another table is determined by the size of the household in relation to the income of that household, right? So you could have a large family that has a high income, but still could be a low income group because the number of people in that household, right, that have to use that income. So there's the table to understand what AMI category that family falls into or the household. Then there's the table that says, okay, if it's a studio and it's being rented to a family in the 80% to 120% of AMI, how much rent can they pay? And then that is the rent that would be charged. And that's the rent the landlord would be accepting for renting that unit.
So for example, let's take a studio. A studio can house at most 2 people. Let's say a landlord's goal was to generate as much income as possible. Then could a landlord then the first person in line on Alta's list is just an individual person. Could the landlord say, no, I don't want that to take that person. I want to take a couple because then I can charge more rents. Is that how this works? Or
we already decided that the landlord could, the PTC decided to recommend that the owner can select the tenant. So theoretically, they wouldn't even have to go to the list in the first place. But no, you cannot discriminate against somebody based on their household size, or their household composition. So I don't know that they could say, I want to have a 2-person household here if they were to work with Alta's housing's list.
So
Okay.
I guess I'll just say, in addition, the allowable rents are based on the unit size for the most part.
Right.
We have an assumed household size based on the type of unit. So the studio has an assumed household size of 1, and then the maximum allowable rent will be based on that assumed household size, regardless if it's 1 or 2 people who actually end up living there. There's also some nuance to, what is the actual rent that is set. This is an area where I'm not as familiar with the details, but I know, if you have a range of 80 to 100 AMI, for example, the actual rent might be set at 90% of AMI, because otherwise, if you're setting it at 100% of AMI, really you're just being affordable to people at the top of that range. So again, this is an area where either our housing planner or someone from Alta Housing would be able to tell you more about exactly how it worked out. But I know that's one of the nuances when you're setting up a program like this that needs to get figured out.
So my follow-on question to that is, so I'm trying to understand what the downside is to having a larger range. So let's say I wanted to do 30 to 80 versus 50 to 80. Does the landlord, if they can't discriminate based on somebody's income and they were to go to Alta Housing's list, they wouldn't be able to cherry pick and say, I want to pick, sure, this is 30 to 80 is the range for the program. And obviously I would prefer to take the person who's at 80. They would just, if the landlord went to Alta Housing's list, they would just get whoever's there at the top of the list, even if it happens to be somebody who's 30%.
So again, I guess, there could be a variety of ways that the program is set up, but for the most part, the rent is going to be set, the maximum rent is going to be set regardless of the characteristics of the tenant. So it's not going to matter, what the income is of the tenant or the size of their household. It's going to be based on, the income range that we identify and the size of the unit.
Okay, but if we determine a larger range, then it's probably going to be a lower rent.
Yeah,
Okay.
if we're targeting the middle of a range, the larger the range, the lower that amount is going to be. And then, the impacts will be about, attractiveness of the program overall.
Thank you.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I was wondering if staff might be able to bring up that chart they sent around last meeting with the 2020 BMR rents. I think that would aid this discussion to put some sample rents up there. So I'm looking at the chart right now, and for studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, the prices are, there's a pretty stark difference. So I don't know if that would help us define a range, but it sounded like some of the questions were trying to visualize that. So for example, a studio at 50% is 1383, 80% is 1964. In that chart, you may be able to find it by searching your email from Rachel.
Yeah, I need to bring it up in a minute.
So anyway, looking at this, I feel comfortable. Somebody else had up there 50 to 100. I'd be comfortable with that. You know, I recognize that hours is getting late, so I just want to cut to the chase and let you guys know that, you know, I still think that in Palo Alto, 120 may be where we have to go to get to incentivize people. But right now we're trying to recommend a policy that will not just be good for those that are developing the ADUs, but for those who might be living in them. So I think I'd be comfortable with 50 to 100. Thanks.
Commissioner Lowry.
Yes, I think in terms of this range and this whole discussion, I think the point that Assistant Director Tanner made was very important and material here, which is it's 1 unit from 1 homeowner for 1 tenant. It's not that they're going to put a mix of various people into 24 units. And I think that, you know, the whole issue here, the last 2 long meetings, is to figure out how to get some affordable units in there. So, you know, forcing some percentage that's at 30% instead of 80% seems kind of contrary to that. So, you know, overall in the city, I think we need a lower range than what I suggested. But I think we have to be realistic about this, you know, what 1 person. And the other reason I'm comfortable at 100 is that at some point when they sort of are able to get beyond that, then they'll move on to something that's, you know, a little bit nicer perhaps, and then somebody else can come in. So there could be some very positive turnover at that. Then while I have the floor, just a process point, we could consider, Chair, having a short discussion on this since we are heading towards midnight. And then we could just put the 5 ranges that are on the table from 5 commissioners as, you know, where we've ended up, so that they realize that it's not unanimous, which is fine. And we may even want to do that on the next item. So just an idea. That's all. Thanks.
All right. So, Ms. Tanner, can you, when we last discussed this, you had pulled up a table, actually, maybe it was Tim Wong who was here, pulled up a table that showed our progress toward our current RENA numbers. Remember that table?
Mr. Sauls has that table, I believe. Garrett, do you want to show that? Thank you.
So let me just start by pointing out that statistically, the area of greatest need in this city, as measured by our pursuit of these RENA numbers, is moderate. It's moderate housing. That has a little more than half of the low and very low housing that Palo Alto has been able to produce since 2014. And part of the reason is that those low and very low categories are pursued by affordable housing, 100% affordable housing builders. And I thought the staff report did a pretty good job of explaining that. And so my concept is we should be targeting the area of greatest need, which is the moderate housing. That's where we should focus this. And that does two things. One, it serves our area of greatest need. And two, it creates the best incentive for somebody to actually pull the trigger and do this. Now, if we can go back to that schedule of rents. So if I'm going to build an affordable, if I'm considering building an affordable unit, and you tell me I might have to accept rent of $1,383 for my studio, I might get $2,478, but I might only get $1,383, depending upon who's next in line. I'm not going to bite. That's the reality. Again, if I'm altruistic, I don't need this program that we're talking about tonight. I'm just going to do it out of the goodness of my heart. But everyone else, they're bottom line oriented. And it's the question for them is, how much pain can I endure before it's just not worth it? And I'm going to go build a BMR that's not deed restricted, and I'm going to charge more than $2,974 for that studio because I can. Because the market will pay me $3,500 or whatever. So I guess my question for staff, and I'm sorry to have to re-ask it from the last meeting, but that moderate category on the last table that was 9%, my memory was that equated to 80% to 120% AMI. Am I misremembering?
That's correct.
Okay. And so that was why when you see the table of where each of us is, that's why I'm at 80 to 120% AMI. That's where I think we should fall, because it serves the so-called missing middle. It will provide housing that's not there now. And it gives the greatest incentive, financial incentive, for somebody to actually do this. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I just did some non-scientific surveying of what current rents are in Palo Alto, and they're hitting around that 120 level. And I understand we're in the somewhat unusual time frame where rents are depressed, but just to throw that out there, that is currently market rate-ish through, like I said, a non-scientific survey, just looking at what's out there. So that's one reason I'm a little bit more comfortable coming down to 100. You know, I am concerned that if we include the 50 level, it will be too low for mom and pop folks who might want to put, might want to put ADUs in their own property. So I'm sympathetic to that. You know, ultimately we do have to, I like Commissioner Lowing's suggestion of showing that there's a bit of a diversity in our range, but I think we should also come up with a range of where we overlap at least, and show that, you know, some commissioners were hoping for to include a little bit lower, and some were hoping to include a little bit higher. But you know, it is important that the difference between 9 and 15 is not that material to me. We need all of those housing, the below market rate housing. So it doesn't push me to just laser target the middle for this. And there may be cases where we do have, you know, I'm thinking about the traditional granny unit or the student unit, as it's now been reversed. More and more students are coming home, where we may have people that want to rent to their loved one who is in a very low income category, and it might be okay. We don't know, but I don't think it's so outrageous to think that we could fill those. But whether it pencils out, that's an excellent point, Commissioner Heckman. So it's complicated. That's what we're here to work through and come up with recommendations for. So I don't think I would go above 100 based on what I'm seeing out there right now. I think 100 in order to get these incentives. I mean, not that people shouldn't build them, but if you want these incentives, we want to kind of push that number towards the lower incomes. Thank you.
Okay.
I think that was really well said, Commissioner Templeton. My own unscientific data also points to the rents being out there right now very much at around 120%. I was a few years ago remodeling pre-pandemic and looking for a 2-bedroom apartment to temporarily house my family. And it's, the numbers I was coming up with, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom were around that 120. And so because of the incentive that we have on the books, which is pretty significant, the one incentive that is a significant dollar amount that we have on the books right now that we already voted on earlier tonight was to waive the development fees and waive the plan review fees. That has a value of, I'm going to say on average, $15,000 or something like that. So that helps people get up a little higher. And then if you take the additional data point that we had about the area median rent being charged for an ADU of $2,200, then I think it seems to make sense that I think 100% AMI is a good top level. I am concerned that when I look at kind of the differential down to 50%, that's quite a lot, and we're not giving them that much. It's not going to make up for that. It's a big difference. So I'm concerned that going down to 50 might be too low.
Commissioner Suma.
Oh, I was just going to mention that in looking at on Craigslist, and I know this is not scientific, but I don't have another way to do it. I feel like the 120 AMI really is almost on this chart more than what you can get. I mean, you can get a studio for a lot less than $29.74 in Palo Alto. So, and even $24.78. I mean, that's my concern, and I think Commissioner Templeton did state it well. I don't know why anybody is going to do this except out of the goodness of their heart. I think people that really believe in having below market rate housing, or people that really, like I said, want to choose somebody that they know to help out. And then I just think I even think 80 is more appropriate as a top, just because then you're really getting to where you are helping people at lower income levels. And I'm just more comfortable with that because that's what we're calling this.
Based on what I've heard, I would support a motion for a range of 80 to 100%. And we may have a majority of the commission that is comfortable with that range. Commissioner Lowing.
I would take your suggestion and put it into a motion if you're ready to go there.
Make that motion?
Yeah, that we stay with a range of 80 to 100% for the ADU affordable housing units.
Second.
Commissioner Templeton, was that you seconding? Thank you. Commissioner Lowry, you want to speak to your motion?
No, I think it's all on the table and everybody said really good comments on this. Thanks.
Sorry, Chair, I can't hear you, but I assume you asked. I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no hands, may we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 4-1 with 2 commissioners absent.
All right, we are down to our last item, which is duration, length of time for the deed restriction. Staff recommendation is 15 years minimum, I think. That's what my notes say. Who would like to lead off the discussion? All right. Commissioner Templeton, thank you.
In the absence, I'm just going to throw out some thoughts I have. I haven't really come to a conclusion, but hopefully this will get the juices flowing as we do want to come to our conclusions. So, what I'm thinking about is by the time you have the funds to create an ADU like this, what's your timeline for being able to remain on the property or remain owning the property? And so I started thinking about it in terms of like mortgages and things like that. I probably, I think some of these commitments are not necessarily the rest of your life for that. So I don't know. I feel like 15, I wouldn't go less than 15, but I probably wouldn't go up to 30. So I was thinking maybe 15 or 20 is kind of where I'm coming to, just thinking about the commitment and the lifeline horizon and things like that. So that's where I'm kind of at. I'm looking forward to your thoughts as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Lowing.
I'm really concerned about this one because, as I mentioned in the last time that we took up this item, we don't want to be creating temporary affordable housing here. This is a problem that's going to be with us and getting worse and worse by the decade. So I don't see why we'd want to reverse the longer durations of this, particularly with the incentives that we're starting to give the folks. So I'm not particularly persuaded by the comments from at least one or two people on the architectural group who say that other residents want a 15-year. I mean, I get that, but the idea here isn't to sort of just grid it out for a few years and so you can start charging really obscene market rates. So I'd really rather stay at the high end while recognizing that we want to do something here to get these units up. So I'd come off a 30, but I'd be like 25 is where I am at this point.
Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. Given that earlier tonight, I don't know if it was Mr. Yang or Ms. Mascarema reminded us that regular deed restrictions are 55 to 99 years. So I'm pretty comfortable with 30, and I think it's reasonable. I agree with Commissioner Lowing that we don't want a temporary situation. I mean, and I was kind of thinking about it in terms of mortgages too, and many people have a 30-year mortgage. That feels right to me, but I'm interested in what everyone else. I'm interested in all of the thoughts around this issue.
Commissioner Chang.
So I go back to what we've actually approved and in terms of the benefits that we've approved. So if whoever's driving the chart can scroll back up to the Roman numerals, really the only thing that we've approved is the exemption from impact fees and plan review fees. And I think that had we been talking about things like basements and 1,200 square foot ADUs, I would have been more interested in a longer term, like a longer duration. But now, I mean, it's just not going to pencil out. I just don't see how this is, like, let's even say that the value of the exempt impact fees that we're giving is $30,000, but you're taking a $500 a month haircut on the rent that you can charge. Over the course of a year, that's over $5,000. So then let's say you get a $30,000 benefit. After 6 years, your benefit's gone. And I'm not doing MPV analysis and all of that discounting, but just the rough back of the envelope there. So at the same time, I really hear what Commissioner Suma and Lowing has said about this kind of, you don't want to create temporary affordable housing because there's also real people living in these places. And I know so many people who find affordable housing and stay there for a long time. It's not, I think we heard earlier from the Alta Housing representative that it doesn't typically change year to year. And so I'm sensitive to that also. So I don't know what the right answer is on this. I don't think I would go shorter than 15, but I also don't think that we're going to see much creation because of the benefits that we're offering are not significant enough. It may be that affordable housing, that ADUs are not not the answer.
So my analysis is similar to Commissioner Chang's, although I come down, my conclusion's a little different. Today I can build 1,000 square foot ADU and I can charge what Commissioner Lowing has just described as obscene rents. I can do that. I can do that completely consistent with the laws of Alta. So what we're discussing tonight is what would it take for me to lower my expectations for rent for some period of years. And now we can look at the menu of things that we have decided we're going to give. And we're gonna give one step instead of a two-step garage. Although maybe if I wait a little bit longer, I can get that on my non-affordable ADU. And I can, this reconstruction issue in my hypothetical doesn't apply to me because I'm building new. I get exempt impact fees, and maybe that's 30, maybe it's more, 40,000. And I don't get much more than that. And so for me, the duration is critical. And why it doesn't take long to not pencil out. And so I'm given the list of recommendations that we have come up with as incentives, I don't believe anything more than 10 years will get anyone to bite. And I have no fear or concern about transition, because if we could get 20 affordable ADUs for just 1 year, that's better than not having 20 affordable ADUs for that year. Every ADU we get for every year that's affordable is a win. And again, I think the way this will work is if we get 5 of these a year, I don't know what's realistic. If we get 5 of these a year, and that just keeps happening every year, yes, after my 10 years, the first 5 will drop out, but 5 new ones will be added. And so we'll always have this 50 units throughout the city that we don't otherwise have. So I'm going to encourage my fellow commissioners to think small on this particular item, because I think it's the only way. I think a big number here can just wipe out all the rest of the recommendations, because no one will do it. Commissioner Lowing.
Sorry, it's a ghost hand.
Oh, ghost hand.
Sorry.
Okay. So Commissioner Templeton.
Are we ready to make a motion or should we go another round? Because I can't see the other commissioners, so if you can see them, Commissioner or Chair.
Yeah, so if it sounds like Commissioner Templeton would be ready to make a motion. If somebody wants to say something first, raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands. Commissioner Templeton, go for it.
I move that we set the length of time the unit must be affordable to 15 years, staff recommendation.
There's a motion for 15 years. Is there a second?
I would second it if I can make a small amendment to it.
Let's hear it. I'm open.
Okay, so it'd be 15 years for these specific exemptions that we've outlined tonight. And the reason I say that is because I don't know how the ordinance is going to be drafted. If we then later on subsequently add all sorts of other exemptions, I'm not sure that 15 years would be appropriate for something that's really big, if that makes any sense. Like if later on we're, so I would be okay with 15 years for the current list of exemptions that we have.
Move staff recommendation of affordability for ADUs for a minimum of 15 years based on the above recommended or the existing recommended perks. I'm sure there's a better way to say perks. Incentives, thank you. And staff can annotate this to say that if those change, then the duration, then council should also consider changing the duration.
Right, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Templeton, you want to speak to your motion?
It seems to be kind of the center of mass for the discussion that we've been having. And I think, is that the median number? I can't remember. It's one of those, but it's in the middle. So I thought we'd go for it. And staff recommended, and they do a lot of research. So thanks.
Mr. Chang, your second?
Sure, I am of the mind for many of the other incentives to have a much longer duration required. But for this one, because it's a purely, for the items that we've discussed, it's pretty much a purely financial benefit that people are getting. And also based on the rental income numbers we've seen, I just don't see that it's a benefit, possibly even at 15. So I think that that's a very conservative duration to choose for these incentives.
Other comments on the motion? I will say that I'm going to vote no for really the reasons I explained. I think 10 years is the right year. I might have been tempted to vote at 15 if a majority of the commission had supported the 1,200 square foot ADU, the additional 200 square feet as an incentive. Then I would feel more comfortable that some builders of ADU might go for it. But with the incentives that we have listed, I think 15 years is going to be too long and we won't see anybody join the program. Commissioner Suma.
Yes, I'm also not going to be supporting this, but for a different reason than Chair Heckman, and that is that I don't have a lot of faith that this is going to be a very successful program, because I think that the only people that want to get less money on a rental are people that truly believe in the philosophy behind it. And I don't think they will want to use this program to deed restrict their houses. I think they'll just do it in an informal way. I don't think the incentives, I don't think any of them really were huge incentives. I mean, exempting the fees is probably the biggest one. And I just think, I don't have any way of knowing whether there'll be this constant 50 units just cycling in and out. That seems very uncertain to me. So I would have, if we're doing this, I would have preferred having it be a meaningful effort and not just pretending that we're providing some affordable housing. So I would have preferred a longer term.
Any other commissioner comments on the motion on the floor? Seeing no hands, Mr. Nguyen, will you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Heckman?
No.
Commissioner Lowing,
No,
Commissioner Suma,
No,
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion does not carry.
Commissioners Lowing or Commissioner Lowing, do you want to, well, since the motion didn't carry, I don't know that we need people to speak to their no votes. I think we can move forward to see if there's another motion. Commissioner Lowing or Commissioner Suma, would one of you want to make a motion?
Commissioner Lowing has his hand up.
Yes, Commissioner Lowing.
I was just going to say that, you know, we seem to be at opposite poles. And, you know, you had a reason for voting no that was tied to a piece of business that we already said no to. And, you know, the difference between where this motion was and where a couple of other of us were are pretty wide. So I guess I'm back to where I was before, of just kind of leaving it as it is and just sending it along to council that way, because we're all recorded in the minutes. This is one of those things that's going to be very controversial at council and with the public, I think. And so it'll get a lot of discussion. I'm not sure that it's very productive for us at almost midnight to try to recraft the motion since we're so split.
Commissioner Templeton.
I agree with Commissioner Lowing. We did attempt the middle ground there, and now I think we should. I would second. I can't tell if that was a motion, Commissioner Lowing. If you want to recommend or to make no recommendation on this, but to send along our preferred ranges to the council to inform them. If that was your motion, I'd happily second it.
I wasn't intending that, but however everyone thinks the process should work, I'm okay with it.
Sure, me too. I have noted that we don't have our duration suggestions in the chart. Maybe that's a good place to start if we want council to have that information.
Yep.
I do think that's a good idea. So.
Commissioner Long, would you put yours at 25 years?
Yes, we were just checking how well you took notes.
And Commissioner Suma, would you say 30?
Yeah, 25, 30, something along those lines.
It's a memory test.
I think Commissioner Chang, I would put you at 15 since you supported the motion. Would that be appropriate?
That's fine.
I don't remember what Commissioner Alchek said long ago, so he'll have to be blank for now.
All right, do we need to move? Do we need to make any motions to close out this item, Chair?
That's a question I actually have for our staff. Do we need a motion that we have no majority making a recommendation?
Yeah, I suppose technically that would be okay, but given that that would be preferable, but given that it's midnight, I think we're fine.
Well, let's go the extra mile if it's preferable, frankly. I just stated a motion.
I'll second.
Well, what was it?
That the commission was unable to reach a majority on a recommendation for a term. And our numbers are reflected in this document that they will see.
Okay, I think it needs the second part.
And I heard multiple seconds, but I didn't see.
I second it, yeah.
Recorded, just to read it back, the second part. So commission unable to reach a majority regarding duration of the affordable term and council to consider the ranges that PTC discussed, which would be what I captured in the chart.
Perfect.
All right, any discussion on that? No? Mr. Nguyen, another roll call vote.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 5-0 with 2 commissioners absent.
All right, thank you, everyone. Let's move to approval of minutes. We have May 26th draft minutes as revised by the chair. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. Can I have a second? Is everyone too tired to second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman, Chair
Yes.
Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0 with 2 commissioners absent.
Are there any committee items, commissioners? I see no hands. Commissioner questions, comments, announcements, or future agenda items? Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I wanted to ask staff if there are agenda items for the 14th or if that meeting's being canceled.
There is an agenda item for 14th. It'll be a study session regarding the Palo Alto Bikeways project from the Office of Transportation.
Okay. Thanks.
And I guess my related announcement is right here above my head. It's the connected Palo Alto Bikeway, which from what I understand, last I heard grand opening is July 26th. Yay. Anything further from staff? No, commissioners?
A reminder of our canceled meetings at the end of July and August, and then we'll be back on I think it's August 25th, whatever the last third Wednesday in August is.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for a really great discussion on some very detail-oriented topics tonight. We are adjourned.